A miniature Goku, reliving his childhood, his granddaughter Pan, and Trunks had only just begun their voyage through space to search for the Black Star Dragon Balls. However, as the sane trio explored the vast reaches of space, little did they know, they were crossing a room in the universe where planet Vegeta used to occupy. But as fate would have it, the gravitational pull of a nearby collapsing star birthed a wormhole that mercilessly dragged their Capsule Corp-sponsored spacecraft violently through another dimension, as if intentionally taking the three Saiyans back to their roots.
Trunks, what are you doing? I thought you knew how to fly this thing!
It's not me. The system's computer is saying that a wormhole opened up nearby. I'm doing everything I can to fly this thing away from it.
Unfortunately, everything Trunks could do wasn't enough. The wormhole swallowed the spacecraft and spat them back out as if it didn't enjoy the taste.
Get your seatbelts on! We're going in for an emergency landing! Here we go!
Guys, I think I'm gonna be sick. Maybe we should just fly out of here.
I can't. If I don't at least try to steer this thing, it might crash completely and get totaled.
Trunks wrestled with the space pod's controls, trying to tame it as it crashed through buildings of Mosh City, an urban area on the west side of planet Vegeta. Sane officers having dinner at a bar felt the impact the most. The entire bar shook. The officers went from drinking and having a good time to bracing themselves for the world to collapse. Among this group of Saiyans was Fascha, the right-hand woman of Bardock and his crew. After the bar stopped trembling, Fascha regained her balance and focused on her scouter.
What the hell was that? Some kind of storm.
No, look at your scouter. Mine is picking up that 3 weak power levels just suddenly appeared, and they're all headed further west.
It's probably a bunch of low classes who had a shit malfunction or something.
Maybe. We need to investigate just in case.
With that, Fascha and several other soldiers flew to the direction where Trunks' spacecraft landed, leaving a crater the same size as the ship it was lodged into in the middle of a desert just outside of Mosh City. Trunks looked at the partially mangled spaceship, unsure if it was even alive. Unsure if he should try to fix it or give it an autopsy.
Well, Trunks, what do you think? Can you fix it?
I think so, yeah. But it's banged up pretty bad. If I had to guess, with the equipment I have, it'll take me a couple of weeks to get it going again.
A couple of weeks? Can't you be faster? We have a deadline. That's even less time we'll have to find the Dragon Balls and save Earth.
But just as Pan finished that sentence, the trio sensed it all at the same time.
Whoa! Who's on their way over here?
I don't know, but there's a lot of them.
Well, they all feel so weak, so we don't have anything to worry about, right?
Goku and Trunks didn't realize how wrong Pan was until they saw the sane soldiers flying in the sky like a flock of birds before landing right in front of them. As hungry as he was, it didn't take long for Goku to realize the outfits they were wearing and the tails wrapped around their waists.
Whoa, what in the world? Are these guys Saiyans? There's no way. Frieza killed all the Saiyans years ago. Unless maybe there were some out there that Vegeta didn't know about.
Those look like the same kind of clothes that Dad used to wear. But they look way different than the ones Mom makes. Maybe Dad knows these guys, and that's where he got his fashion sense from. And what's with the tails?
Pan, however, who knew little of her Saiyan ancestry, had no idea what to make of the men and women who now surrounded them.
Hey, you guys are the ones that caused all of that chaos back at Mosh City, right? What are you kids doing here? Are you even Saiyans?
What a stupid question. Of course they're not Saiyans. Look at their clothes. Plus, they don't even have tails, and that one has purple hair. What Saiyan do you know of that has freaking purple hair?
But the second one of the Saiyans said that. Fascha's eyes zoomed in on the young boy wearing the blue martial arts clothes in the middle. Goku obviously reminded Fascha of her team leader Bardock.
What the hell? Is that Kakarot?
Huh? Did she just call me by my other name?
What the? That's the name Dad usually calls Goku. What kind of fever dream is this?
Pan, however, who had never really seen Goku and Vegeta in the same room, didn't make the connection.
What? No way, Fascha. What are you smoking? It can't be. Bardock's kid was just born. It's impossible for him to be Kakarot. It must just be some punk that looks like Bardock.
He says that, but how could someone who looks exactly like Bardock's kid end up here? Maybe it could be a mind trick by some alien species we conquered that's holding a grudge, but that's just as unbelievable.
However, after overhearing their conversation, a thought popped into Goku's head, and suddenly, Goku experienced a terror he hadn't felt since Frieza survived the spirit bomb on Namek.
You said we went through a wormhole, right, Trunks? Maybe the question we need to be asking ourselves isn't where are we, but when?
Hey, who the hell are you people, and what are you doing on our planet? Don't make me ask this for a third time.
His stomach churning, Trunks managed to maintain enough of his senses to think on his feet.
Sorry, guys. We were flying through space and got caught in a wormhole, and our spaceship accidentally crashed here. We'll be out of your hair soon.
However, Fascha didn't completely buy the explanation. As the other Saiyans deliberated what to do with Goku and his team, Fascha had to ask him,
Hey kid, are you related to a man named Bardock at all? Maybe he had a third son no one knew about.
Huh? Bardock? Who's that?
Enough, Fascha. Look, I know it's weird that this guy looks like Bardock, but everyone in the universe probably has a doppelganger. I bet there's someone out there who looks like me that's not even a Saiyan. Anyway, listen, you kids can't just land on planet Vegeta, wreck our turf, and expect to just walk away. That ship is ours now. We're taking you in. We'll let our king decide what to do with you.
What the? Why is there a whole planet named after Trunks' dad? I must have hit my head hard when we crashed here.
The two other Saiyan officers took a couple of menacing, threatening steps towards them.
Now come with us quietly.
I don't know who you think you're talking to, buddy, but we're not going anywhere.
Sorry about this, miss.
Fascha watched in absolute horror as, one by one, her comrades all ended up incapacitated by kids who weren't even really punching the Saiyans. Frankly, Goku, Pan, and Trunks were knocking them unconscious with light taps.
What am I saying? These are all Saiyan officers. They're not elites, but they should be putting up a better fight than this. Not even Zarbon and Dodoria would be able to take these guys out like that. This is something I'd only expect from people like the Ginyu Force. Or Frieza.
Fascha was the last Saiyan standing among her crew. But whereas a speechless Fascha couldn't stop gawking at the three anomalies in front of her, Trunks, Goku, and Pan didn't even notice her after dispatching the Saiyan soldiers.
What a bunch of jerks. Now, if you two know what's going on, how about you clue me in? Where exactly are we?
Okay. Look, there's no easy way to say this. Pan, we think our spaceship might have sent us into the past.
What?
I know how that sounds, but after seeing and hearing what me and Goku did, I'm almost sure that we're all in a place called Planet Vegeta.
And Planet Vegeta was what my home planet was called back when it was still around.
Pan wanted to throw up.
No, I don't want to believe it. You guys are for real. You really think we are stuck in the past? Well, if that's the case, how do we get out of here?
I honestly don't know. What happened to us was basically a freak accident.
Hearing Trunks talk about time travel, he briefly reminded Goku of future Trunks.
Hey, Shenron might know a way to take us back.
Are you sure?
Yeah! I mean, I doubt he can actually transport us back to our timeline, but he might at least be able to point us to the right direction. You still have the dragon radar, don't you?
I do, yeah. Now the only issue is getting there. It's gonna take some time to fix up this spacecraft, and I'm pretty sure we're probably gonna draw more attention from the locals soon.
As Trunks, Goku, and Pan brainstormed what their next move was going to be, Fascha, who the three Saiyans didn't even notice, watched and heard the three visitors with her mouth on the floor.
What the hell are these kids talking about? Did I just hear that right? They went through a wormhole and think they came from the future? It's clearer than ever now that I'm dealing with a bunch of lunatics. But a bunch of really powerful lunatics nonetheless. So what am I still doing here? Why am I not calling anyone on my scouter for reinforcements? Why am I not fleeing the scene?
Because, deep down, a small part of Fascha actually considered the possibility that planet Vegeta's 3 mysterious visitors truly were from the future. That, and she couldn't take her eyes off of the young boy who was a dead ringer for her team leader Bardock.
Hey you mind telling us what year it is?
Then Trunks and Pan noticed Fascha standing there as well.
Oh, great. Looks like we missed a spot when we cleaned up all of that mess.
What was that, little girl?
What did you just call me?
Then Fascha's body immediately started shaking in Pan's presence.
Pull it together, Fascha. She's just a child. Why are you so nervous around her? Well, because he just manhandled all of my friends, some of whom have power levels of 2,000 and over, without even breaking a sweat. Who are these freaks?
Pan, calm down. Listen, ma'am, we're sorry for all of this. We're not here to cause any trouble, honest. We just want to get home.
This is so bizarre. Look, I overheard some of what you guys were saying. Personally, I think you three are nuts. But, to answer your question, it's the age 737, kid.
That proves it.
A hysterical Pan let out a high-pitched scream.
Can we just get out of here and get the Dragon Balls as soon as possible? This can't be happening.
Goku and Trunks were in agreement.
Hey, listen, ma'am. I know this is all really weird and sudden, but could you tell us where your spaceships are?
If you tell us where your spaceships are, we'll be out of your hair quick. We promise. It'll be like none of this ever happened.
You guys can't be serious. I am a military officer of this planet. You people came here completely unauthorized. You incapacitated my men. I can't just let you up and leave. I'd get fired or worse.
Well, we can always beat the information out of you, you know.
Of course, from what she'd seen, she knew she was completely powerless against the 3 beings in front of her.
Pan, come on. No need to resort to that kind of stuff. Look, we promise we're not going to hurt you, all right? We wouldn't have even hurt your friends if they didn't attack us first. If you tell us where your spaceships are, it's not like we're going to tell anyone. Your reputation would still be safe. In fact, when we leave, you could just tell these guys when they wake up that you managed to scare us away.
Well, I might as well tell them. It's not like it stopped them anyway. But I still have so many questions about that goopy-looking kid. You know, there are DNA tests that we can use to confirm whether or not that boy is related to Bardock somehow. Maybe I should take these kids to him. No, what was I thinking? It's just best to get these freaks off this planet.
But then, as soon as she was about to reveal the location of the planet's spaceships, she realized that planet Vegeta had another visitor right now who'd surely detect the trio's presence if they flew to that area.
Look, I'm sorry, you guys can't go over to the docks where the spaceships are. At least right now. Those docks are right next to the king's palace. He's not able to detect you now, most likely because we're so far away from his whereabouts. But if you go there, his scouter will surely pick up something unusual.
If we have to, we'll kick your king's butt too, if it means finding a way to get to Earth.
Normally, Fascha would have scoffed at such a statement. However, seeing what the 3 visitors were capable of, Fascha wasn't sure if even King Vegeta had enough firepower to handle the 3 youths. However, it wasn't King Vegeta that she was worried about.
No, you guys don't get it. Right now, he's currently having a meeting with a man named Frieza and his henchmen at his palace.
Did you just say that Frieza's here?
Pan had no idea who or what a Frieza was. Trunks vaguely recalled the name, but he had no idea who the name belonged to and was unaware of the massive weight behind it.
So you see why it's not a good idea to go to the landing docks right now. Frieza's not someone you want to run into.
No, you don't understand. Frieza's not the problem. We can all take him out in one hit. This is the same year that Frieza blows up the planet.
Fascha was actually in as much shock and disbelief as Pan and Trunks were upon hearing that statement. What Goku didn't know was that his timing was slightly off. Frieza wasn't going to destroy planet Vegeta until at least a couple of months later. Perhaps if Goku knew that, it would have stopped him, Pan and Trunks, from doing something they might have ended up regretting for the rest of their lives.
What are you talking about, Grandpa? What do you mean Frieza's going to destroy the planet? And who the hell is Frieza in the first place?
I'm guessing Gohan never filled you in on a few details about our Saiyan history. The Saiyans used to invade and take over planets for a guy named Frieza. So, after his army got big enough to take over planets without the Saiyans, he figured he didn't need them anymore and wiped them all out. If Frieza's here right now, then there's a good chance the day he wipes out the planet is today.
Pan's knees buckled. She would have fallen to the ground if she still felt the ground beneath her feet.
You can't be serious, Grandpa. I think you probably just got our history wrong. You really think our ancestors went around attacking innocent people and taking over planets? If that's the case, then why aren't we like that? And if this Frieza guy destroyed the whole planet, why are we still around?
Goku then proceeded to tell his granddaughter how he was only one of 4 Saiyans that weren't on planet Vegeta when Frieza destroyed it, and that he was originally sent to Earth to conquer it before an accident radically altered his Saiyan programming. But when Goku had let slip to Pan that the Vegeta she knew was, in fact, royalty, that might have shocked Pan more than anything else she'd heard from her grandfather.
Uncle Vegeta was a prince? Are you serious? Then, does that make you royalty too?
No way, Pan. First of all, I wouldn't want to be a prince anyway. It's hard enough running Capsule Corp.
Meanwhile, Fascha's brain felt like it was covered by a dense fog after everything she'd just heard. If she wasn't driven crazy before, now she was sure she had lost her mind.
From what I understood, these kids talk like they're our descendants. That can't be possible. If that was the case, that would mean they were actually telling the truth about being from the future. And time travel is impossible. And what was that thing they said about Frieza? Did you just say Frieza's going to blow up planet Vegeta, you wet jobs?
Look, don't mind my friends. Your planet's gonna be fine. Can you just tell us where the spaceships are so we can be on our way, please?
Trunks had thought if they spent too much time talking about the future, they'd cause more unnecessary chaos and confusion with Fascha.
Trunks, we can't just up and leave now. If Grandpa's telling the truth, we need to do something about this. How strong is this Frieza guy? You said we can take him out in one hit, right?
Since they were pressed for time, all Goku had told Pan was that he and his friends ran into Frieza on another planet years before she was born, and after a hard-fought battle, Goku had dispatched of the tyrant.
Oh man, if you were able to kick his butt then, it'll be no problem for me. I gotta be way stronger than you were in your time, right?
But Pan, even if you wanted to take down Frieza, I learned a long time ago that the only way to deal with Frieza is to put him down for good. I don't think you're ready for that.
Oh, shut up, Grandpa. I'm not some little kid. I can handle him. I'll just knock him around enough until he wishes he was dead.
With that, Pan had already made up her mind, and both Goku and Trunks, unfortunately, saw there was no way to stop her. Raising her fist as if she was threatening to pummel Fascha next, Pan had warned.
Well then, that settles it. Tell me where Frieza is, lady. I'll take care of him for you.
You'll do what? You can't be serious. Frieza's the most powerful being in the universe. That's not a title, that's a known fact, and it's been that way for as long as I've been alive. You're a girl who's, I don't know what, 12, 14? I'm telling you, you can't take him on.
Just shut up, you old hag. If I don't do this, then you and everyone on this planet are all going to die. Do you want that to happen?
They really believe Frieza's going to wipe us all out? Why would he do that? For the most part, we've been nothing but loyal to him. I don't know if they're lying or not, but if they are, it's clear to me that they've fallen for their own delusions. But hell, why does this matter to me? If this kook wants to go ahead and confront Frieza, why stop her? Fine, just keep flying straight in that direction, and you'll find the man who you think you want to find.
When this is all said and done, you can thank me later.
With that, Pan flew in the direction Fascha pointed at with alarming speed. Both Goku and a reluctant Trunks followed her lead. Back at Bardock's abode, Bardock watched in the backyard of his home as his eldest son, Raditz, sparred with his mother, Guinea, in their somewhat spacious backyard. Bardock was only marginally impressed with his son's efforts. Although it was clear Guinea was clearly a more experienced and refined fighter, Raditz was able to compete slightly with his mother thanks to his raw power output. However, Guinea managed to tag Raditz quite a couple of times in their sparring match, which started frustrating Bardock.
Come on, Raditz. You're too predictable. You have the power, but you need the creativity. Your mother can tell where you're going to strike before you even know where you're going to strike.
I
got it, Dad! Can you stop distracting me?
Oh, you got it, huh? Are you sure?
Guinea had proven Raditz wrong by hitting him with a spinning heel kick that knocked Raditz off of his feet and planted him face first into the ground. As Raditz had tried standing back up, Guinea aimed an open palm at her eldest son, simulating an adversary about to finish him off for good with a finishing ki blast. Raditz gritted his teeth. He knew he had lost.
If this was a real fight, I would have had you dead to rights, son.
I felt like I almost had you this time.
You did. You're making progress.
Is he? Really? Because almost beating someone isn't making progress. You're gonna be going on a mission with Prince Vegeta and Lieutenant Nappa in a month. You need to up your game before then so you don't embarrass this family. For crying out loud, Raditz, we've been at this for 2 weeks and you're still not even ready to spar with me yet. Prince Vegeta is gonna walk all over you when you're with him.
Come on, Bardock. Don't you think you're being a little harsh? He's doing his best. As long as he's getting better, that's all that matters.
But Raditz could still see the cold look of disapproval his father gave him. But just as Raditz was about to ask his mother for another round, Bardock and Guinea's scouters picked up another power level heading towards them at an alarming speed. By the time they looked at the sky, Bardock saw his teammate, Fascha, heading towards them before landing.
Fascha, what brings you here? I was putting my son through another sparring session. Want to join in?
The only one who's sparring with that woman is me. I need to pay her back for beating me the last time.
You're still not over that? How about this? Here's some motivation. You two fight it out, and the winner gets me. How about that?
But when Guinea turned back to Fascha, she, Raditz, and Bardock all noticed that Fascha didn't seem to be in the mood for jokes. In fact, Fascha almost looked like she didn't know where she was.
Fascha, what's going on?
Fascha did her best to snap out of her own shock and locked her eyes on Bardock. However, when she looked at her team leader, all she could see was the strange boy and his friends that she ran into not too long ago.
Bardock, Guinea, turn your scouters off. Please. Something I need to tell you privately. I don't want to risk someone overhearing us.
A concerned Bardock and Guinea did as Fascha asked.
Now, are you gonna tell us what the hell is wrong with you?
Fascha wasn't sure where to begin, or how to even explain what it is she just experienced. Fascha had told the Bardock family that just 15 minutes ago, she and a group of 200 soldiers went to confront 3 young kids who all came to planet Vegeta in a mysterious spaceship that crash-landed in a desert just outside of Mosh City.
Our scouters told us that these 3 kids all had power levels of 5 each, but they took out all 200 of my guys like it was nothing. Nothing. They showed the kind of power I'd expect from one of Frieza's goons, and I'm not talking about Zarbon and Dodoria. I'm talking about goons like a Ginyu Force, or even Frieza himself.
Both Bardock and Guinea's faces displayed the exact same expression that Fascha did.
That's crazy, Fascha. People with power levels of 5 wouldn't even be able to touch the weakest of us.
That's what I thought too, but I saw what I saw, Bardock. The problem is, though, that's not even the craziest part. These kids all claimed they were from the future, and they came here through a wormhole or something like that. And even weirder than that, one of those kids looked exactly like you, Bardock.
The future? Get the hell out of here, Fascha!
You actually expect me to believe this?
Why the hell would I make this up? Look, I'm not saying he's related to you, but the way these kids were talking and the way they look, a part of me really thinks they might be Saiyans. At least. If you don't believe me, then why don't you see for yourself? All 3 of them are headed towards King Vegeta's palace right now to confront Frieza. One of the kids there says he's going to take him on by herself.
She's gotta be kidding me. She wants me to go to King Vegeta's palace, where Frieza is, just to see a bunch of kids that I'm almost sure don't even exist. King Vegeta would have my head just for showing up to a sensitive meeting like that unannounced. But then again, I've known Fascha for years, and I've never seen her act like this. I should at least do what she asks to see what has her so rattled. I'm not saying I'm buying this, but sure, I'll go.
However, Guine didn't want to leave Bardock alone to fend for himself, given the unusual circumstances surrounding the situation. Her gut feeling told her to accompany her husband, and so she did.
Stay here, little man. I'm going with your father to see what's going on.
If that's the case, I'm coming too. And you do know if you don't take me, I'll just fly over there anyway, right?
Guine scoffed, and briefly considered simply knocking Raditz unconscious to prevent him from following them. But she was already somewhat spent from their sparring match together, and her son would have given her an attitude for the rest of the day if she went to such extreme methods to keep him safe.
If anything looks suspicious, you fly back home, immediately.
With that, Bardock and his family followed Fascha to King Vegeta's palace.
A kid who looks exactly like me, who claims he's from the future. Wait a minute. Kakarot was just born a couple of weeks ago, right? Is she implying that this kid from the future, that this kid is my future son?
Meanwhile, Pan was rushing towards the palace where King Vegeta and Frieza were, with relentless determination.
You're completely impossible, Pan. Are you forgetting that we have our own world to save back in our timeline?
Well, I think that's the best thing about time travel. We can go back and pick things up right where we left off.
All Trunks could do was grunt. Back in King Vegeta's palace, the ruler of all Saiyans was kneeling down in front of his own throne, along with his military men and subordinates, displaying a pose of complete submission in front of Frieza, who sat on his throne as if it belonged to him. King Vegeta's son, a young 5-year-old Prince Vegeta, was also lurking in the shadows, peeking around the corner, eavesdropping on the meeting Frieza was having with his father.
There is also the planet Kanasa. You will need a competent team to facilitate and subdue the Kanassans. They are not very strong, but they are rumored to possess certain psychic abilities I am interested in acquiring.
As you wish, sir. I have a few soldiers in mind who I feel would be ideal for the job.
But as soon as King Vegeta had said that, Frieza's, Zarbon's, and Dodoria's scouters had detected 3 anomalous power levels heading over to their direction. King Vegeta and the other Saiyans weren't allowed to wear scouters whenever Frieza was present, as Frieza felt wearing the high-tech devices was a sign of disrespect. However, based on the sounds Frieza's scouters made, King Vegeta knew the Galactic Emperor was picking up something that wasn't supposed to be here.
No, what is this? Are you expecting any guests, Vegeta?
No, sire. Of course not. As is usual with these meetings, I informed citizens of planet Vegeta that this area was to be off limits until after our meeting is done.
However, an amused Frieza kept tracking the 3 power levels through his scouter.
This wouldn't be another one of your men's crude assassination attempts on yours truly, would it, Vegeta?
No, sir. I assure you. Please, let my men handle it.
King Vegeta was quickly interrupted by several hard knocks on the door that echoed throughout the inside of the royal palace.
Someone answer that damn door and bring these intruders before me. I'll take care of them personally.
Huh? Who the hell are you people?
The ones who are gonna save you, jerks, even though you guys really don't deserve it.
No one in that building, including King Vegeta and Frieza, recognized the young voice on the other side. Even Dodoria and Zarbon looked back at each other with curious, somewhat bewildered expressions.
Hey, who are you talking to over there?
King Vegeta, who was too far away to see Pan and her team, had asked.
I don't know. A bunch of kids.
Listen, buddy, is Frieza in there or not? I have a couple of words I'd like to say to the guy.
Oh, this is interesting. Let whoever that little girl is through. I am curious to see who exactly it is that we're dealing with here.
As you wish, sire.
With that, the Saiyan soldiers stepped to the side, allowing Pan, Goku, and Trunks to walk through the long, dim corridor of King Vegeta's palace, where Frieza sat on his throne waiting for them. The closer the trio were to Frieza, the clearer the tyrant could see them. But when Frieza was actually able to look at the 3 intruders, he was about as speechless as King Vegeta and all the other Saiyan soldiers in attendance.
What are they? Are they Saiyans? Because that doesn't look like any Saiyan clothes I've ever seen.
What? Who the hell are you 3? Where did you come from? And you? I've seen your face before, yes. Bardock. You look exactly like Bardock. I believe that commoner had a son, Raditz, correct? Or was it something else?
King Vegeta's remark caused a bunch of whispers and murmurs among the crowd of sane royal guards who supervised the area. Meanwhile, Goku gave an incredulous look to King Vegeta and said,
Holy crap! Are you King Vegeta?
What? I can't believe I didn't even notice before. But Goku's right. He does look like my dad. Take off that stupid goatee and they'd be twins. This is insane.
As Trunks practically felt himself having a panic attack over being in the same room as his once-dead grandfather, King Vegeta was more taken aback by the fact that Goku questioned who he was. Initially, when looking at him, King Vegeta suspected that at least the young boy wearing the strange blue clothes was a Saiyan, given his strong resemblance to Bardock. However, then King Vegeta noticed other peculiarities, such as the boy and his friends not possessing a tail.
You are! Yeah, you're totally Vegeta's dad. There's no mistaking it.
Meanwhile, from the corner of the room, Prince Vegeta had thought to himself,
Huh? That freak knows me? How? I've never seen him a day in my life.
Enough! I'm done entertaining this. I don't know who you three are, but now is not the time for these shenanigans. Men, take these runts away and keep them in prison. I will personally interrogate them after my meeting with Frieza is done.
If any of you goons lay a hand on me, you'll be sorry. Plus, you should be thanking us. That lipstick-wearing lizard is planning to wipe you and this whole planet out today. I'm here to stop him.
The sane soldiers around Pan and her team began to murmur and whisper among each other. King Vegeta regarded Pan with a look of utter confusion, almost feeling disoriented after what the one girl in front of him had said. Even Frieza's eyes went wide at Pan's words, but not because they sounded crazy. On the contrary, Frieza reacted the way that he did because he'd been secretly contemplating obliterating the vast majority of the Saiyans for months now. He just wasn't sure he was going to do it.
How would this little girl be aware of my possible plans? I told no one, not even my father, that I was contemplating exterminating these vile monkeys.
What are you talking about?
You heard me, old man. Listen, I know you're not going to believe me, but me and my friends here are from the future. And in the future, you planet-conquering jackasses are all history because Horns, over there, decided to take you all out. He was worried that all of you would get strong enough to gang up on him one day.
For a moment, King Vegeta considered the possibility. In the far corners of his mind, he knew that the young girl's claim wasn't too far-fetched, and every now and then, he'd wonder himself if Frieza might ever double-cross his race. However, he completely disregarded his second thoughts when he realized he was listening to a little girl with an attitude who wore strange foreign clothes that clearly indicated that she was either out of her mind, not from this planet, or both.
I refuse to give this conversation any more of my attention. Whoever the hell you are clearly both psychotic and delusional. Lord Frieza, I greatly apologize for the intrusion. Don't just stand there. Apprehend them, men.
Fine. You asked for it.
King Vegeta's sane soldiers all went after Pan and her team at the same time. However, not even Frieza was prepared for what had happened next. Pan, Goku, and Trunks, of course, all incapacitated King Vegeta's sane guards with so little effort, it almost looked as though they were bored. To the sane military, the punches and kicks Goku and his team had delivered was like being struck by a barrage of comets that were on fire. King Vegeta instinctively stepped back a couple of inches, his body trembling. The three visitors were moving so quickly that he could barely see their attacks. All of King Vegeta's soldiers had collapsed to the ground, incapacitated and immobile. King Vegeta had feared that the three youths killed them. Even Prince Vegeta couldn't believe what he'd just seen.
Zarbon, be a dear and check their power levels again. Perhaps my scouter malfunctioned when it detected these three the first time.
That can't be right. The scouter says the three of them have a power level of 5 each.
It appears these three miscreants may have the ability to suppress their power at will. I wonder if they're similar to me, and their strength is so formidable they have to transform to maintain self-control. But how would Saiyans even know such an advanced technique? They're not exactly known for having finesse.
How did you kids do that? Those were some of my most elite men.
Like I said, Gramps, you asked for this. You want some too? Or are you gonna be smart, step to the side, and let me handle Frieza over there?
King Vegeta's legs backed away again. He was the strongest Saiyan on the planet, and not even King Vegeta thought he'd be able to dispatch his soldiers with that much ease.
Go on, King Vegeta. You heard the young lady. Do right by your monkey brethren and show her what the King of the Planet of the Apes is capable of. Put on a good show for me.
Really, Frieza just wanted to see how King Vegeta would have stacked up against Pan and her team to gauge the kids' power levels.
Listen, King. You've got to trust us. We don't want to hurt you. I know how strange and surreal all of this must be, but please believe us when we say we have your best interest at heart.
With that, Trunks, Pan, and Goku had stepped in front of King Vegeta, as if protecting him.
So, you misfits are truly serious about challenging me? That's quite a declaration. And did I hear you correctly, child? You claimed that you are from the future.
That's right, and I got news for you. In the future, my grandpa here beat the crap out of you and already sent you straight to hell, so we all know how this is gonna end.
So you mean to tell me that child is your grandfather? I have to say, I commend you on your performance. Bravo. You almost convinced me that you truly were from the future. But after revealing to me that a child who appears to have just grown out of his diapers is your grandfather, that just proves that you, my young friend, are clearly not in your right mind. And I admit, you three have displayed quite the impressive power output just now, but it is nothing that even my most average men couldn't duplicate. Zarbon, Dodoria, handle them.
With that, both Zarbon and Dodoria charged towards the trio like a pair of attack dogs. And naturally, Goku had quickly knocked both Zarbon and Dodoria unconscious with a light tap that most likely would have killed most normal men.
I see you three are quite skilled, which is impressive considering how young you all are. Well then, very well. You have earned your audience with yours truly, but I assure you it's not the kind of audience you sought.
Guys, stay out of this. I'm taking him on myself.
You sure about that, Pan?
Hell yeah. I can sense his power level. This guy's nothing. At the very least, he might give me a good challenge. At least a much better challenge than those lightweights at Grandpa Satan's dojo I'm always practicing in.
You still need to be careful, Pan. It's not just Frieza's power that made him trouble in my time. It's his ruthlessness, his strategy. Take it from me. It's only when you've backed this guy into a corner that he's at his most dangerous. So I'm stepping in if you fall for any of his tricks.
Get ready, child. I'll provide you the discipline your parents clearly didn't teach you.
With that, Frieza powered up in his first form. His overconfidence and inability to sense power levels convincing the ruthless tyrant that he wouldn't need to transform to fight the three alien visitors. The building, alongside the entire planet, trembled under the enormous power Frieza was generating. Scouter Saiyans were wearing worldwide were skyrocketing and shattering when detecting the astronomical rise of Frieza's battle power. Fascha, Bardock, and his family, who were only 10 minutes away from King Vegeta's palace, had all stopped dead and braced themselves for the skies to collapse in on them.
What the hell is that? It's like a giant storm is devouring this entire planet.
Meanwhile, King Vegeta could barely stand as his palace felt like it was about to crumble. A young Prince Vegeta fell as the ground beneath his feet felt like it had never stopped shivering. Perhaps the only three people on planet Vegeta who were calm during Frieza's massive power-up were the GT trio, who saw Frieza's increase in strength as nothing more than the Overlord throwing a tantrum. With that, Frieza stopped charging and went on the attack. Frieza had tackled Pan through the palace's wall. King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta dodged the rubble and debris as the awesome and towering palace crumbled around them. Meanwhile, Frieza and Pan had taken their fight to the sky, and an increasingly frustrated Frieza was beginning to discover firsthand that the little girl's physical power was just as feisty, if not more so, than her mouth. Frieza had attempted to hit Pan with a flurry of punches and kicks that sent shockwaves throughout planet Vegeta and caused the air to ripple for everyone around them. However, to Pan, Frieza might as well have been standing still. With a smile on her face, Pan continued to expertly evade Frieza's ill-timed assaults without breaking a sweat. Eventually, Frieza let out a desperate battle cry. He kept pushing his power inch by inch in an attempt to reach a level that might do damage to the poor girl. But each new level he reached in his first form performed equally as poorly. It was the first time Frieza ever had to exert effort against an opponent. Then, within a blink of an eye, Pan appeared behind Frieza and tapped him on the shoulder. By the time Frieza turned around, Pan hit Frieza in the jaw with a planet-shattering punch that sent the changeling mutant colliding into the ground with the impact of a comet. Goku let out a proud whistle, staring at his granddaughter with awe and pride.
Wow, Pan's awesome. I thought maybe because she didn't have any life-or-death battle experiences, Frieza would have at least been able to catch her by surprise with something. But I guess Pan's raw power is just too much for him.
Meanwhile, King Vegeta's legs had briefly given up on him. Prince Vegeta had run to his father to help him stand up.
Son, you were supposed to be in your chamber. How long have you been here?
Long enough, Father. Did you see what that girl just did?
I saw it, but I still don't believe it.
Well, if this is real, who do you think those freaks of nature are? Do you think they're really from the future?
I don't know.
After hearing that, Prince Vegeta's eyes slightly wavered over to Goku and Trunks, who were standing a good couple of feet away from him. Goku's sixth sense warned the Turtle Hermit student that he was being watched, and he turned his head to meet Prince Vegeta's eyes, who looked to be almost the same age that a young Goku was.
No way. Is that Vegeta? The Vegeta I know?
But as Goku studied Prince Vegeta's face, he received another shock of his life when he sensed 4 other weak power levels heading towards his direction. As soon as Goku and Trunks turned their heads, Fascha, Bardock, and his family landed on the ground, a couple of feet away from them. Goku was the first thing that Bardock and his family had seen. When the hardened Saiyan made eye contact with his future son, Bardock's mouth gaped open. In the end, it was a stunned and utterly flustered Guinea who was the first one in the group strong enough to utter a few words.
Kakarot? Is that you?
Goku froze. He had never heard someone say his birth name with as much gentleness and warmth as Guinea did.
Yeah, that's what some of my friends call me. But my real name's Goku. I take it you guys know who I am, though.
Tears welled up in Guinea's eyes. Guinea felt a deep connection with Goku, an instinctive connection that only a mother could have with their son. However, Bardock and especially Raditz couldn't let go of their skepticism.
This can't be real. This can't be. There's no way you're my son.
At the same time, Goku had thought to himself,
Your son? Of course. Why didn't I make that connection sooner? He looks just like me.
See, Bardock? I told you. You should have believed me in the first place.
However, Bardock wasn't sure he believed Fascha now. He wasn't even sure he believed his own eyes.
It's him, Bardock. I can just tell it's him. He really is our son.
From afar, King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta looked on as Goku hugged Guinea back, the Turtle Hermit student experiencing a warmth and motherly love he never knew existed. As Bardock wrestled with his wife's claims, however, Goku raised his gaze and found himself making eye contact with a young Raditz, who looked back at Goku with a mix of skepticism and jealousy. It didn't take Goku long to recognize his older brother.
Whoa, Raditz, you're here too?
What? This kid knows me? So it looks like Fascha was right after all. This has to be Kakarot. It has to be!
But as Raditz processed his own thoughts, a blast of energy equivalent to 1,000 nuclear blasts emerged from the crater that Frieza dug himself in. Guinea let go of Goku, stood up, and instinctively stood in front of her son to protect him, unaware that this version of Goku didn't need protection at all. When the blast cleared, Frieza was seen standing in the middle of the crater, bruised and bleeding, his armor slightly cracked and chipped. But perhaps out of all the bruises Pan had given him, his ego felt the most sore. Pan had stood a good distance away from Frieza, rubbing under her nose with a smirk before standing in a more confident pose.
Had enough? You ready to leave the planet now, Horns?
To say Frieza was steaming would have been an understatement.
You cocky little brat. How dare you? If you were smarter, you'd realize the grave mistake you've just made. I admit, you are quite skilled, indeed, but what I just displayed was only a fraction of my power. In layman's terms, you never stood a chance.
Blah, blah, blah.
Do you ever get tired of hearing yourself talk? Because if I had a voice as annoying as that, I'd never open my mouth!
Meanwhile, Bardock and his family looked on with Goku and Trunks at what was happening. To Bardock, that was perhaps even more unbelievable than meeting his future son.
Frieza. Frieza's actually hurt? I didn't... How is that possible? Who the hell is that young girl he's fighting against? There's no way a pipsqueak like that could be capable of putting someone like Frieza through this.
I'm guessing that girl is with you, huh, Kakarot?
You bet. And I wouldn't underestimate her either, guys. Believe it or not, that little girl is way stronger than Frieza. And you should both be prouder of her than anybody, because she's your great-granddaughter.
My great-granddaughter? That can't be. First of all, that would make her either yours or Raditz's granddaughter, right? If you're only 5 or 6 years old right now, then that would mean Raditz had a kid pretty damn early. But the biggest problem with that is, there's no way someone from our family would be able to overwhelm Frieza like that. Especially someone like her.
You'd be surprised by just how much things can change in a couple of decades. If you don't believe me, just watch your great-granddaughter in action and see for yourself.
Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Frieza had already deduced after feeling Pan's attacks that neither his second nor third form would have been able to compete with the little girl.
As much as it pains me to say, it seems I'll have to access my true form to domesticate this child. But how could she be this strong? Perhaps she's telling the truth, and she's some kind of evolved warrior from the future after all. But no, I can't accept that. I refuse to.
With a scream full of monstrous rage, Frieza powered up more than he'd had in a long time.
What the hell is going on? It feels like the whole planet's going to erupt. I knew Frieza was strong, but this is just too much.
Frieza's purple armor began to crack. His body looked like it had detonated as a blinding flash of light. Of course, Goku, Trunks, and especially Pan were all unimpressed by Frieza's metamorphosis. In fact, Pan was still slightly disappointed, as she expected more out of someone who supposedly ruled over the entire universe. When the light faded away, everyone gawked at Frieza, who was finally showing his true self. Bardock and his family had reacted to Frieza's transformation as if they'd seen death itself given flesh.
What did he just do? What was that?
Oh, he transformed. I guess you guys didn't know Frieza could do that. You see, Frieza was so lazy that he never bothered to control his power in a natural way. So instead, he created these other forms for himself to keep his power contained. So basically, the guy you're looking at right now is the real Frieza.
Kakarot, how would you know this?
Because I already fought him in the future. So there's no trick Frieza can pull off that would surprise me.
Why would my son end up fighting this freak in the future? And if he really did take Frieza on, how is he alive to tell the tale? That would only be possible if he won.
Meanwhile, a still unimpressed Pan had told Frieza,
Oh, wow. I guess I can't call you Horns anymore. Congratulations. But you think you can take me on just because you transformed? Please, I can transform too. And guess what? My transformation is a lot better and prettier than yours is. I can tell you that.
What?
But unlucky for you, you won't get to see it. I can feel your power, and I still won't need to go super to take you down.
Out of all the pathetic beings I've had begging me for mercy, I think I'm going to enjoy watching you beg the most.
With that, Frieza charged at Pan. When the two clashed, Pan noted that Frieza's strength, speed, and overall technique had increased considerably after his transformation. However, what was a massive increase in power for Frieza was just a slightly more annoying inconvenience for Pan. For Gohan's daughter, Frieza might as well have transformed from a small ant to a slightly bigger one, an ant that would be crushed under her heel nonetheless. Almost disappointed by the lack of power output Frieza displayed, Pan had decided to go on the offensive, and Frieza recognized what he was actually facing when Pan hit him with a flurry of punches and kicks too fast to see, but too powerful to withstand. After Pan sent Frieza flying into the air, she continued toying with the man, to the point where she started practicing on him, trying out new martial arts moves and techniques as if she was back sparring in Mr. Satan's dojo. While Pan merely saw the Emperor of the Universe as mildly entertaining, however, what she didn't realize was that her performance was shocking the life out of the entire Saiyan race, almost all of whom had gathered around the area to see a mysterious young girl effortlessly manhandle the alleged most powerful being in the universe. It was the first time Frieza had looked anything other than mighty.
See? I told you guys your great-granddaughter was strong. Still doubt me?
I don't know. I'm still not completely convinced that little girl is my granddaughter. But I admit, I want to believe it. I want to believe my genes are capable of producing a fighter that powerful.
You know, you still have a chance to save yourself from more beatdowns. The offer's still on the table. Just leave these people alone and I won't hurt you anymore. That's all you gotta do.
Frieza had tried to save what was left of his dignity by extending his open palm and sending the largest, most powerful ki blast that the Bardock clan and the two Vegetas had ever seen. However, Pan's durability proved to be stronger than the solar system itself when she blocked the attack with one hand and redirected the blast upwards towards the world's desolate sky.
Good job! You managed to make my palms tingle.
No, this can't be. This isn't happening. I put almost everything I had into that blast, and she chucked it away like it was nothing. What are you?
We both know that this is the end of the road for you, buddy. So just do us and yourself a favor and get out of here. I'm not gonna kill you. I don't want to kill you. I'm not that person. All you need to do is go away and leave these people in peace.
All of that power the brat contains, and she doesn't want to kill me? If I didn't know any better, I'd think this young lady is almost afraid to kill me. I'd go so far as to say she's never killed anyone in her life. It makes me sick. A power such as hers shouldn't be contained in such a soft and merciful shell. Very well, young lady. I concede. You are indeed the winner of this contest.
Pan, who'd never faced anyone like Frieza before, was completely fooled by Frieza's performance. Secretly, Frieza had already begun generating his secret attack inside of his hands.
Good! I'm glad to hear it. See? Was that so hard?
I suppose not. Your clear display of power has shown me, without a shadow of a doubt, the error of my ways.
Then, Frieza cleared his throat and turned to the sane audience around him.
My dear monkeys, you've heard it here for the first time. I, Lord Frieza, no longer require your services. I will forfeit the planet, and once I depart, you all are finally free from my alleged tyranny.
Congratulations, people! You're all finally free to go!
But Pan, turning her back on Frieza, even momentarily, was exactly the opening the galactic tyrant was looking for. With reflexes the speed of light, Frieza formed two disc-shaped purple ki blades that looked like buzzsaws.
You can go straight to hell! Pan, look out!
By the time she did, the two ki discs were spiraling towards her at an alarming speed. If Pan was even a second slower than she naturally was, she would have been beheaded on the spot. Fortunately, the reflexes she inherited from Gohan had come in handy, and Pan was barely able to dodge both ki blades by the skin of her teeth. However, what the ki blades did manage to do was slice off her bandana and grazed Pan's cheek just enough that it created a deep cut that lined the side of her cheek.
Pan, get out of there! I can take it from here. Those purple discs are going to follow you wherever you go. I have to get in there. Pan might have the power and speed to take Frieza down, but those Kienzan discs are tricky. I'm not sure she has the flexibility to avoid them.
Although Pan heard Goku, she didn't listen to him. Between Frieza ripping apart Pan's favorite bandana and scarring what she considered her beautiful face, and essentially being tricked and bamboozled by Frieza's performance, all Pan wanted to do was beat Frieza within an inch of his life. Pan had powered up significantly more than she had even a couple of minutes ago. When the light had finally faded, there was a heat radiating off of Pan that made the air thin for every Saiyan in the vicinity. Being so close to Pan, Frieza was able to feel that heat more than anyone, and, ironically, it sent a chill down Frieza's spine.
No, it can't be. What is this? What kind of transformation is this? What did you just turn into?
Well, would you look at that? I wasn't sure Pan could do that. I guess I should have known better.
Oh yeah, Goten told me that Pan's been able to pull off the transformation ever since she was about 5. But the problem is, she doesn't like the way she looks when her hair's blonde. So she tries everything she can to avoid turning into a Super Saiyan to keep her hair black and straight. Even though she really doesn't need to transform to take care of Frieza, I guess the guy pissed her off enough that she transformed without realizing it. Never mess with a girl's clothes is what my mom always says.
Wait a minute, did you just say she's turned into a Super Saiyan? Like the legend?
Yep. Oh, that's right. I guess you guys haven't seen what a Super Saiyan really looks like ever before. Well, there it is.
Gine, Bardock, Raditz, and Fascha were all stumped by what they just heard.
You messed up my bandana, my face, and you made me look like an idiot. For that, I'm gonna tear you apart, and I won't stop until there's nothing left.
Frieza did his best to try to shake off the fear that he felt.
I don't give a damn what kind of form that is. You believe just because you turned your hair blonde, that's supposed to intimidate me? If you don't like that scar, I'll just give you more. Death by 1,000 cuts at the hands of Lord Frieza!
With that, Frieza took control of the purple discs again, and used them to try and cut Pan down to size the way she had cut down Frieza's ego. However, despite her lack of experience, the raw increase of speed the Super Saiyan form provided Pan made the energy discs look as though they were moving in slow motion. Frieza needed to be in his 100% maximum form to sustain the energy discs for a specific length of time. But since he was only still at 50%, he didn't have the energy output required to sustain the ki blades for long. Frieza's ki gave out. Because of Frieza's rather vulnerable physical and emotional state, it didn't take long before Pan completely overwhelmed the most feared man in the universe. Frieza barely had enough ki to continue floating as he levitated in the air.
This is what you get for trying to mess up my face, you Geico. You better hope this isn't permanent.
You insolent brat. But one lesson you should learn about me is that I'm not only the ruler of the universe because of my strength alone. My cunning is just as formidable as my strength. With that said, I leave you with a parting gift.
Go ahead and throw that at me. I dare ya.
Guess what? This isn't for you.
What?
Say goodbye to this planet!
No way!
And Pan realized quickly that Frieza's plan was to blow up planet Vegeta completely, just as he was destined to, an attack that would have killed every single life form on the planet. Even if Pan was durable enough to survive the attack, once the planet was gone, she wouldn't have been able to breathe in space, and she'd end up dying a cold, lonely, painful death, just like Frieza wanted her to. Pan's Super Saiyan aura flared as she flew towards the energy ball in an attempt to intercept it. However, the ball was only seconds away from the ground, and a desperate Pan wasn't sure she'd be able to reach the attack in time. The Saiyans down below all braced themselves. Some of them clung onto each other, knowing there was nothing they could do against a blast of such magnitude. However, Frieza didn't realize that Goku was even stronger than his granddaughter was. So the galactic tyrant didn't count on the young boy who looked no older than 6 to leap up into the sky and kick his planet-destroying energy ball back into the sky as effortlessly as he'd kick a soccer ball.
it. He's gone. I can't sense his energy anymore. I really wish he didn't make me do that again. He'll never change.
Meanwhile, the stunned Sane crowd looked up at the sky where Frieza used to be in absolute terror, as if still waiting for the evil tyrant to make an appearance.
Oh, come on, Pan! I did it for you! I wasn't sure if you had it in you to finish off Frieza before. I don't think you've ever killed anybody, have you?
I'm about to kill you for butting in. I'm not some little snowflake, all right? I could have done that myself.
All the while, the astonished Sane crowd was gawking at the two kids, as if they were miracles made flesh. Although none of the Sanes knew exactly what had just happened, they all let out a giant, massive cheer that startled both Pan and Goku. The only people on the planet who weren't cheering were Zarbon and Dodoria, who had just woken up from the light coma Goku, Trunks, and Pan put them in. The two had witnessed the entire fight between Frieza and Pan, and neither of them had gotten over the experience. But when they noticed the Sanes cheering, both of Frieza's top henchmen began sneaking their way to the closest spaceship, determined to evacuate the planet before the three Sanes from the future set their sights back on them again. During the standing ovation, the Sane crowd gave Goku and Pan. Guinea had broken through the crowd and ran towards her son, squeezing him with a powerful hug and twirling him around as if dancing with him. Jealousy tugged at Raditz's heart once again. He didn't think his mother had ever held him with so much passion.
Kakarot, that was amazing! Do you two realize what you just did? You've liberated our entire race! How did you get so strong? And you, young lady, Kakarot told me that you just transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is that true?
I did, yeah. I hate turning into that stupid form. It always makes me look weird.
I don't believe this. My granddaughter just tapped into a legendary form that hasn't been seen for 1,000 years. And you hate it because it messes up your hair? What side of the family did you get that from?
Pan's eyes widened and turned sharp at Guinea's statement.
Your granddaughter?
Well, I should say great-granddaughter. Kakarot told me that apparently you are my great-grandchild from the future.
And that would make me your great-grandfather.
A proud Bardock had said. Her heart skipped a beat. She immediately noticed the striking and quite frankly uncanny resemblance between this man and her grandpa.
Well, I'm glad to see that my kids, and even my grandkids, actually amounted to something. No offense, Kakarot, but when I saw what your power level was as a baby, I thought I ended up producing the biggest disappointment the Sane race had ever seen.
Thanks, I guess.
Bardock!
The Bardock family all turned to King Vegeta, who was walking towards them with his son, Prince Vegeta. Prince Vegeta had a mix of contradictory feelings clashing inside of him. On the one hand, he felt relief that these mysterious warriors had managed to kill Frieza and subsequently free the Sane race in the process. On the other hand, Prince Vegeta was seething at the possibility that a pair of complete strangers, whom he wasn't even sure were Saiyans, by the way, were so much more powerful than he was. But Prince Vegeta's mind broke even more when he noticed that the young boy who just killed Frieza was a dead ringer for the Saiyan who was wearing the kind of combat uniform that only mid-level warriors typically sported.
Impossible. Could the kid be related to that commoner? There's just no way. I refuse to believe it. A common Saiyan wouldn't be able to lace my father's boots, let alone take down a monster like Frieza.
Meanwhile, Bardock couldn't help but to tense up around King Vegeta. The very few times Bardock shared a room with King Vegeta, the king always looked down on him.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, these two visitors who just defeated the most powerful man in the cosmos claim to be from the future. Did they tell you the same?
As a matter of fact, they did. And I think I believe them. Do you?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I believe them too. That boy, who looks like you in particular, knew far too much about the Saiyans, so it's clear he's familiar with us to an extent. And judging by how Bardock and his family reacted to the two of you, I'm assuming that if you truly are from the future, you must be his descendants of some sort.
Now, the real question for Vegeta wasn't how did they travel through time, But rather, King Vegeta wondered how someone as weak as Bardock produced descendants who were so powerful they were able to topple Frieza like he was nothing. A part of King Vegeta wondered if he should have had the three Saiyans executed or exiled just in case they might challenge his authority and rule over the planet. However, it was just a fleeting thought, and King Vegeta realized quickly that even if he wanted to do that, he was physically helpless against the children.
Well, if you two are indeed Saiyans, and believe me, I have advanced technology to confirm whether or not you are. What was that transformation you just did? Saiyans aren't capable of doing that.
Really? Well, that just shows how much you guys suck. Almost everyone in my family can do it no problem, and it's called a Super Saiyan.
What? Like the myth? Impossible. That's supposedly the pinnacle of our species. And there's only supposed to be one Super Saiyan every 1,000 years. You expect me to believe a little girl, who's the descendant of a common Saiyan family, is the legendary Super Saiyan?
Look, believe what you want, pal. I don't care. And the form isn't so legendary either since, like I said, everyone in my family can do it, including my grandpa.
When Pan pointed back at Goku, Guinea, Bardock, and even Raditz shared the same thought.
Did she just call my son her grandfather?
How? He's obviously way younger than she is. Could that just be a nickname?
Although King Vegeta also shared the same confusion and briefly wondered why Pan would refer to a clearly 6- or 8-year-old boy as her grandpa, the king was more preoccupied by the claim she made about the Super Saiyans of legend.
Is this true, boy? Can you truly turn into a Super Saiyan as well?
Yup. I guess you can say it runs in the family.
Preposterous. The next thing you're going to tell me is that purple-haired young man who's with you could become a Super Saiyan too, right?
Actually, I can.
Trunks had said, overhearing their conversation.
Is that a fact? And who are you to the Bardock clan?
I really shouldn't tell this guy the truth. It would probably just make things awkward. But for whatever reason, a part of me really wants him to know. I never met my grandpa before, so how can I get to know him if he doesn't know we're related? Besides, we've already messed up the timeline enough as is beyond repair, so I might as well be honest.
Which was a stark contrast from how his counterpart, future Trunks, might have handled this scenario.
No, I'm actually related to you.
What?
I'm your grandson.
But although Trunks hoped that he and the two Vegetas would end up growing closer after the revelation, somewhere down the line, little did Trunks know, the confession would only drive he and his family further apart.
My grandson! How is that possible? Unbelievable. Now that he mentions it, I do see a resemblance between him and my son. Incredible. This doesn't make any sense. Your facial features may be similar to that of my bloodline, but no one with my royal blood has purple hair. In fact, Saiyans in general always have black hair.
Well, you see, I'm not exactly a full-blooded Saiyan. Oh boy, maybe I shouldn't have told you guys this, but in the future, my dad ended up marrying someone from a planet called Earth. And well, that's how I was born.
My son, marrying someone from outside the Saiyan race? Why, this is preposterous. But at the same time, that would explain why the boy's hair color is so peculiar. I have so many questions. We must talk privately. I want to know everything there is about the future where you three claim you come from. Bardock, since my palace has been completely deconstructed during the battle with Frieza, we shall converse over at your headquarters.
In the meantime, King Vegeta had looked around at the crowd of Saiyans gathered around him and realized that his subjects were going to have several questions about what just transpired today. The King of Saiyans raised his arm to the air to silence the crowd. When the audience went quiet, King Vegeta told the crowd that the three strange tailless Saiyans who managed to topple Frieza were from another dimension that King Vegeta himself had contacted. To take credit for Pan and Goku's work, King Vegeta had told the crowd that his team of scientists managed to reach these powerful Saiyans and requested their help in freeing the Saiyan kingdom from Frieza's reign.
As you can see, these three young Saiyans respected the authority of King Vegeta. Combining my strategy with their unique abilities, these brave souls were able to vanquish Frieza with the greatest of ease. Now, they have cleared a path for myself and the sane race to become the true, undisputed, ultimate rulers of the galaxy.
What a glory hog.
Well, this is awkward. I never thought I'd see you two like this.
What a goofy-looking dunce. How could the low-class son of that underachieving commoner Bardock produce a warrior as powerful as he is?
After King Vegeta gave his speech to the crowd, he told his sane subjects that he'd most likely address the entire sane race properly in a press conference later that day. But in the meantime, King Vegeta and his son followed the Bardock family and Trunks back to Bardock's place. Meanwhile, Zarbon and Dodoria had managed to sneak back into Frieza's spaceship and bolt out of planet Vegeta unseen, thanks to everyone being so distracted. The first thing Zarbon did when Frieza's spaceship had made its way into space was contact Frieza's father, King Cold. King Cold glared at Zarbon for daring to interrupt his vacation.
You know better than to contact me during my holiday, Zarbon. You better have a good reason for this.
Apologies, sire, but I have urgent news that I feel I must report back to you. Sire, it seems that during a sensitive meeting your son had with the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, he was murdered in combat.
No! Impossible! How could this happen? My son is the most powerful being in the universe, second only to me.
Zarbon and Dodoria had reported everything they witnessed and heard to King Cold.
There's one more thing. The girl and young child who defeated Frieza both claimed that they were Saiyans, and the little girl had displayed a transformation unlike anything we've ever seen before. We overheard the children saying that she had transformed into a Super Saiyan.
A Super Saiyan? You expect me to believe this? So a random young girl traveled to planet Vegeta from the future and managed to defeat my son after unlocking some mythical transformation.
Although he still maintained his skepticism, he could tell that, at the very least, both of his son's henchmen believed that what they saw was real, and that was enough to warrant investigation.
These 3 time travelers are still on planet Vegeta, correct?
Yes, sir. Maintain surveillance on the planet.
If you're too frightened to do so yourselves, then send drones to keep an eye on the 3 time travelers. I'm going to planet Vegeta immediately, but from the star system I'm currently in, it will take me a year to get there. Also, contact the Ginyu Force and tell them to be ready to rendezvous on planet Vegeta within a year's time as well. I want them ready to meet me there.
Back on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta's and Bardock's family all gathered inside the dining room of Bardock's humble abode to discuss where exactly the 3 Saiyans from the future came from. A level-headed Trunks gave King Vegeta, Bardock, and Guinea the cliff notes of their origins. Trunks explained that he, Goku, and Pan were simply traveling through space when their spacecraft had gotten sucked into a black hole, which sent the 3 future Saiyans back in time. When Guinea inquired how exactly both Goku and Pan came to be, Goku had explained that he was sent to Earth as a baby. But instead of conquering the planet like he was supposed to, he suffered an accident as a baby that rewired his sane programming, and he became one of Earth's defenders instead.
To be honest with you, I actually see myself as more of an Earthling than a Sane now. No offense?
Why, it's no wonder why this child is the way that he is. He was raised and brainwashed by a bunch of weaklings on a backwater planet that infected him with their pitiful customs and culture. And apparently, seeing how soft my own grandson is, it seems this future version of Kakarot has managed to infect my entire bloodline with this same weakness. I'll have to rectify this. I'll have to reacclimate my grandson into the ways of the Saiyans.
While King Vegeta was busy figuring out a way how to convert Trunks into a true Saiyan, Goku continued his story, explaining that, after being raised on Earth, he had settled down with a woman on Earth as well named Chi-Chi. He and Chi-Chi had 2 kids, and one of their 2 kids had a child of their own, which was how Pan came into being. However, this confession Goku made only made things stranger than they already were for everyone at the table. Guinea was the first person to address the elephant in the room.
Kakarot, son, you're saying that you're a grandfather, but how? You are a 6 or maybe 8-year-old child, and our granddaughter is clearly older than you are.
Actually, she isn't. I know I look like a kid, but I'm actually in my 30s. Or maybe my 40s. I guess I've lost track because of all the times I've died. But you see, on Earth, one of my enemies got hold of a magical dragon and used it to turn me into a kid again. I know this sounds strange, but Earth is full of weird stuff.
I guess. It makes about as much sense as everything else that's happened here today.
This is absurd. Next thing you're going to tell me is that my son, Prince Vegeta, eventually migrated to this planet Earth as well. Is that why he ended up with an Earth woman?
Well, basically, yeah. But me and him actually became really great friends. We've saved each other a bunch of times. In fact, Trunks here is actually best friends with my youngest son.
Prince Vegeta's hands turned into fists, and because of his hot temper, the Saiyan prince was ready to attack Goku with everything he had, no matter how strong the Saiyan from the future was.
I don't care if you're from the future. Every word that came out of your mouth sounds like a lie. I would never ally myself with a species as weak as Earth's, let alone form deep bonds with them. The future me must be a complete joke to put himself in the same footing as your disgraceful bloodline.
You've got a lot of nerve talking about me and my family like that. You want to go, you little runt? I'll beat your square face into the ground, no problem.
What?
Prince Vegeta, who'd never been disrespected in such a manner, tried to will his body to move and attack the foul-mouthed young girl. After seeing what she was capable of against a monster like Frieza, a voice in the deep recesses of his mind, a voice he didn't even know he had before, was telling him to stand down for the sake of his own life.
Son, I'm going to need you to step outside for a moment. Cool your head. Despite my son's lack of tact, I understand his frustrations completely, and I hope you all do as well. This is quite an alarming and surprising turn of events. Be that as it may, I am compelled to thank you three for your actions, and for putting a stop to that sinister tyrant Frieza once and for all. Because your exemplary performance was seen in front of a crowd, my loyal subjects will expect me to give you a Medal of Honor in a public ceremony. There's no doubt that word of your feats have spread throughout every corner of this planet by now. We will hold that ceremony tomorrow.
Awesome! I've never gotten a medal before, but I really hope there's going to be a lot of food at this thing, because I've been starving all day.
Every time that boy opens his mouth, he sounds like some country, uncultured hick instead of a possessor of otherworldly power. It feels as if fate is playing a sick joke on me, knowing that this common child and his family reach the pinnacle of sane strength. Fortunately, I've produced a grandson who I assume has matched or even surpassed Bardock's undeserving descendants. My grandson Trunks has assured that the reputation of the royal family will remain intact for decades to come.
Well, I guess we can stay here for one more day to accept this great honor of yours, Grandpa. But honestly, we can't stay here for long. The three of us need to get back to our timeline. We were actually hoping we could borrow one of your spaceships so we can get out of here.
I suppose. After disposing of Frieza, you three naturally have access to many of my luxuries. But what makes you think you can return to the future? From what you described, you three going back in time was a freak accident. It's unlikely you'll be able to recreate the conditions of the wormhole to send you back to the future.
Maybe. But if there is a way to get back to the future, I think there's probably something on Earth that could tell us how to do that. That's why we want to get there as soon as possible.
Of course, Trunks was referring to the Dragon Balls. However, he wasn't sure he wanted the Saiyans to learn about the existence of such artifacts. The half-Saiyans still didn't trust the Saiyans completely, given what he'd just learned about them, and the last thing he'd wanted was for King Vegeta and his army to pay his homeworld a visit.
I believe this is a foolish endeavor, but fine. But in return, I implore you three to stay here for a considerable amount of time. Trunks, my grandson, I want to spend time with you. Most importantly, I want you to teach me how to access the Super Saiyan transformation of legend.
In the back of Bardock's head, he understood where King Vegeta was coming from. In fact, he was even thinking about asking his own son how to become a Super Saiyan as well. Raditz had the same thought. Guinea, however, was the only traditional Saiyan in the group who wasn't truly concerned about becoming a Super Saiyan. In essence, she simply wanted the three to stay for as long as possible, just so she could spend quality time with her family from the future.
With the kind of power the young girl displayed, there's no question that with that strength, I wouldn't only be capable of ruling over planet Vegeta, I'd be able to rule over the entire cosmos. I'll become the ruler that Frieza couldn't even dream of becoming. All I require is your guidance, grandson, and our royal bloodline will have dominion over this entire galaxy, just as we were destined to.
King Vegeta made a fatal mistake making that remark out loud. The king was so excited by the prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan that it didn't occur to him that no one in the dining room shared the same feelings he did, especially Pan.
Are you nuts? The reason we beat up Frieza is to free you guys and get him out of the picture. We didn't take him down so that you can replace him.
Mind your tongue, young one. From what I've seen, you may be one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful being on the planet. But as a Saiyan, I am still your king, regardless of whether or not you were raised on Earth. And as the king, it is my duty to lead and guide my people to become the conquerors of the universe we are meant to be.
Okay, let's get something straight. You are not my king. If anything, I'm stronger than you, so that makes me your boss. And we're not going to teach you how to become a Super Saiyan just so you can enslave people and destroy planets after we leave. I saved you guys to give all of you Saiyans a chance to change. Me, my grandpa, even your son Vegeta, all live in peace on Earth. And that's the way that you guys can live too. So you want us to teach you how to be Super Saiyans, you need to promise that you'll be good people from now on.
King Vegeta wasn't the only one who was left completely disturbed by Pan's remark. Bardock, Guinea, and especially Raditz were all left equally perturbed and somewhat disoriented by what Pan had just said. After being groomed for war, violence, and chaos their entire lives, the concept of Saiyans living in peace almost sounded like an oxymoron.
You people are absolutely insane. It seems that the Earth has done more harm than good to your brains and your sane pride. How destructive is this planet Earth that it's managed to reduce the descendants of my bloodline to this? Trunks, surely you don't agree with what this sane traitor is saying.
Sorry, Grandpa, but I'm with Pan and Goku.
So be it. I see that the might of the Super Saiyan is wasted on the likes of you three disgusting abominations. I have no use for you. Now that I've seen the transformation with my own eyes, I'm sure I'll be able to find a way to tap into that form without your help. So, with that said, as the king of this planet, I order you three to leave this planet immediately. I will provide you the spaceships you need to evacuate.
Not wanting to see her future family leave the house so soon, Guinea had told her king,
But sir, we still need the three of them. Have you forgotten that we're not in the clear yet? Now that Frieza's dead, what do you think is going to happen? His father, King Cold, is eventually going to come to this planet to investigate. And when that happens, we're going to need these three to help us out.
It was a thought that no one in the room had even considered until Guinea let the idea out into the air.
That lizard freak has a dad?
The commoner is right. I was so focused on these three. It didn't cross my mind that King Cold is still out there. Of course, it's only a matter of time before he comes to this planet, seeking answers. But at the same time, I can't allow these three outcasts, with their sickening mentality, to run around free on this planet for long. Their ideology poses as much of a threat to the sane race as King Cold does. These three must still evacuate the planet. I will handle King Cold myself.
What are you talking about? You can't handle someone like King Cold. You'll just be guaranteeing all of our deaths.
No, I won't. It wasn't a native of planet Vegeta who killed his son. It was these three fools. King Cold will most likely solely be looking for the ones responsible for murdering Frieza. I will feign innocence. I will say that we were at the mercy of these three mysterious warriors, just like Frieza was.
So you'd rather go back to being under King Cold's boot heel than to let our family stay a little longer to take care of him themselves?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. At least under King Cold's rule, the sane race will maintain their identities as conquerors, whereas these three would rather turn our entire race into something to be conquered. Trunks, I am ashamed to call you my grandson.
Although Trunks felt a slight sting when King Vegeta said those words, he held his head up high and glared right back at his grandfather.
Sorry, but we're not going anywhere, Gramps.
What?
Pan, what are you...
It's obvious to me that you're the problem, Vegeta. As long as you stay here, the Saiyans are never gonna be better people, and they're gonna keep going from planet to planet, ruining people's lives. So, you know what? We're staying to take care of this King Cold guy, and to make sure the Saiyan race changes for the better.
You insolent little child! You have no right to disobey my orders. I am your king.
Not anymore. I'm officially relieving you of your duties. As far as I'm concerned, this planet doesn't have a king anymore.
You garbage half-breed child! You can't do this! You have no authority!
I hate to say it, Pan, but he's right. We can't just go around stripping kings of their title. Even if we don't like their policies, we have to respect their customs and culture.
Is that right? Well then, tell me, old man, why are you the king of this whole planet? I'm guessing because of your whole macho attitude, it's because you're the strongest Saiyan here, right? So, playing by your rules, then doesn't that mean the strongest Saiyan on the planet is actually the rightful ruler of planet Vegeta? I'm obviously way stronger than you, so that automatically makes me the queen of Vegeta by default.
No, it doesn't work like that. You can't do this.
Too bad, I already did. If you don't like it, then you're welcome to try and stop me.
Pan, come on, this is going too far.
Bardock had never seen the king exhibit such fear, even when he was in the presence of Frieza. Half of Bardock agreed with Trunks. Pan had no right to usurp power from King Vegeta and take over the planet herself. But the other half of Bardock, admittedly, enjoyed seeing King Vegeta sweat the way that he did, and enjoyed the idea of one of his descendants becoming the new ruler of the Saiyan race.
That's my girl.
In the end, it was clear to everyone in the room, even King Vegeta himself, that he wasn't going to lay a finger on Bardock and Guinea's great-granddaughter.
Then it's settled. Vegeta, you are not the king anymore, so you can either fall in line the easy way or the hard way.
Pan made the threatening gesture of cracking her knuckles. Feeling emasculated and outmatched in every way, King Vegeta rushed out of Bardock's home, finding his son, Prince Vegeta. He quickly grabbed his son's hand, and before Prince Vegeta could even ask a question, His Highness flew off into the sky.
Father, what is the meaning of this? What happened during that meeting? Where are we going?
Away, son. Those time-traveling traitors just staged a coup. They've taken over the entire planet and have effectively removed me of my duties as king.
What? Father, we can't allow that to happen.
We won't, son. We're not surrendering anything. We're evacuating the planet to regroup. Our only option is to lay low and find a way to access this Super Saiyan power ourselves. Then we'll both return stronger than ever and reclaim our planet, no matter how long it takes.
But Dad, what planet are we going to?
Earth, son. We're headed to Earth because all of 3 of those mutants have something in common. They were all raised on Earth. Surely that hick planet must contain the resources and secrets we need to become full-fledged Super Saiyans. And besides, with a planet that weak, it'll take me no time at all to conquer it. It'll be a nice home away from home, as we do our best to unravel the mysteries of the Super Saiyan.
There's another pod over here. Stay calm. Forget that. I'm out of here. What do they want?
Those who were, at the time, some of Earth's greatest defenders All received the same sixth sense simultaneously that signaled a pair of dark, ominous forces had infiltrated the planet. Kami, in particular, could sense the Vegeta's massive key signatures all the way from the lookout. It was a power unlike anything he'd ever experienced, a power that made the Guardian of the Earth feel as though death was in the air.
We're surrounded by nothing but weaklings. And the gravity's so light here, I don't see how Kakarot could ever become as strong as he is, growing up in this hick planet.
Son, let us begin. We will do what we do best and display our power in front of these pitiful creatures. After leveling a few cities, we will demand the lives that we spare to take us to this planet's leader, where we will officially announce our conquest of these Earthlings. Then, we will put these fools to work and ensure they work non-stop until they unearth the secrets this planet may hold to help us unlock our Super Saiyan powers. We will surpass those three fools from the future. We will build our kingdom on top of the peak of this galaxy.
I can't wait to see the look on Kakarot and that half-breed girl's faces when they come home and see that we've turned this whole place into a living hell.
Excellent!
Several months prior to King and Prince Vegeta's arrival to Earth, of course, the GT crew had no idea that King and Prince Vegeta were planning on taking over their homeworld, and Pan and Trunks were already arguing about her decision to conquer the Saiyan race.
Do you have any idea what you've done, Pan? Even if he was a jerk, the people here probably looked up to him. I'm sure King Vegeta didn't get to where he was just with power alone. You really think you'd be better at doing something like that than someone who's probably ruled over this planet their whole lives?
Of course not. I don't want to be in charge of these people.
You just told King Vegeta that you declared yourself the Queen of the Saiyans.
Oh yeah, you're right. I just said that to scare him. But I really didn't mean I was literally gonna rule over a planet full of people. That's silly.
Everyone in the room was shocked by Pan's statements, that they fell to the ground almost simultaneously.
You're unreal, Pan.
Whatever, but it's a good thing I scared that guy away anyway. Now the Saiyans won't be stuck working with Frieza's dad. When he gets here, we'll just kick his ass too. How long do you think it'll take this King Cold guy to get here?
From what I heard, based on the star system King Cold is in right now, it will take him a year and some change to get here.
A year? Seriously? We can't stay here for a year. That's way too long.
Yeah, but we can't abandon these people either, especially since they don't have a king anymore. Somebody has to be here to handle King Cold when he comes. Trunks, I think you should be the new king of Planet Vegeta for a little while, just until we beat the crap out of Cold. Then, we can head to Earth and ask Shenron if he can take us back to our future.
Trunks disagreed, as he wanted to gather the Dragon Balls as quickly as possible, and also didn't see himself cut out for royalty. However, it's here that Guinea had decided to interject.
You're not gonna like this, Trunks, but my granddaughter's right. Since King Vegeta pretty much forfeited his title, without a king to lead us, sane society as we know it will all quickly devolve into chaos. Since you claim that you're Prince Vegeta's son from the future, you probably have natural-born leadership skills, and just don't know it. We'll need your leadership to keep us in line.
And to add to that, you want Saiyans to become good people, right? Then they're gonna need someone to lead by example. Us Saiyans have been conquerors and Vikings for almost as long as we've been around. You can't just tell us to change our culture, leave, and then expect to undo thousands of years of cultural grooming. It'll take time to change how we live our lives, and it'll take someone strong enough to make the Saiyans listen.
And even though you're clearly young yourself, you're the only one in the group who looks somewhat mature enough to rule. People would be more willing to listen to you.
Why can't one of you guys do it? Bardock, you seem like a pretty competent leader yourself. I'm sure the Saiyans would follow your lead.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure I'm cut out to be a king or anything like that. But I do have experience leading my squad into battle. The only problem is, I'm nowhere near as strong as King Vegeta. I don't even think I'm strong as the prince. I'm pretty average as far as power levels go. The Saiyans will only follow someone with an exceptionally high power level, which is why it has to be you, Trunks. Unless... Another reason why I can't be king right now is because I want to dedicate all of my time to being trained by you, Kakarot. I want you to try and teach me how to reach your level of power and become a Super Saiyan. If I can get to that level, then I'll feel comfortable leading the Saiyans as their new king. And then, after you three leave to go back to Earth, I'll make sure to keep the Saiyans on the straight and narrow path. You have my word, son.
Goku didn't even have to think twice about it.
Oh, hell yeah. That's an awesome idea. I'm gonna be honest with you, though. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get you there in a year's time. It took me most of my life before I was able to transform into a Super Saiyan, but I'll make sure to do my best.
That's all I can ask for.
Then it's settled. Kakarot will spend the next year training Bardock, Raditz, and even me, because I want to try and become a Super Saiyan too, in preparation for King Cold's arrival. Meanwhile, Trunks, you need to take up the mantle of King until Bardock's strong enough to sit on the throne himself. Please, kid. The sane people need you now more than ever.
Trunks let out a massive and deep sigh. Although he didn't agree with the idea at all, he begrudgingly relented.
Fine, I'll do it.
Aw, cheer up, Trunks. Just pretend that you're running Capsule Corp. It'll be the same thing.
However, while staring at the three Saiyans, Guinea quickly realized that if the three were going to live on planet Vegeta for a year, then they at least needed to dress like traditional Saiyan warriors to avoid sticking out from the rest of the planet's population, which they already did due to their lack of tails.
Now that that's settled, we have to get you three some new clothes.
You have to what?
Several days later, King and Prince Vegeta were declared missing, which raised suspicions among the Saiyan population regarding the three alleged Saiyans from the future.
Our king goes with those kids, then all of a sudden they go missing? Nah, those three freaks killed both our king and the prince.
Come on, they don't seem like the type to do that.
How do you know? We know nothing about them!
To stop a potential rebellion among his people, Bardock had told his people a partial truth regarding what happened to King and Prince Vegeta.
Listen, guys, it's fine. Long story short, the Vegetas and those three Saiyans from that other dimension had an argument about how King Vegeta was running this planet. Now, they didn't hurt the Vegetas, I promise. After the argument, the Vegetas just stormed off. Me and my family have been looking for them ever since, but we have no idea where they are. They might have traveled off-world for a bit to cool their heads.
What? King Vegeta left all of us alone just because of an argument? Then who's going to be leading us in the meantime?
Well, there's a ceremony me and my family are hosting where everyone will get that answer.
Bardock took it upon himself to organize an international press conference that all Saiyans were encouraged to attend. When the Saiyans attended the ceremony, they were shocked to see Bardock, Guinea, and Raditz sitting on a gargantuan stage alongside Goku and Pan, as if they were all royalty. They were also sporting the traditional Saiyan outfits Guinea dressed them all in to placate the people of planet Vegeta. Goku didn't mind the Saiyan garb all that much since it reminded him of the combat suits he and Gohan wore in the hyperbolic time chamber. Pan, however, was still adjusting to the outfit. Still, she was at least satisfied that Guinea managed to get her a new bandana. Guinea had dressed Trunks like royalty. The sword GT Trunks wore with the outfit was his personal choice. When they went shopping for new Saiyan battle suits, he saw the sword in a shop, and he felt drawn to it for some reason. With the spotlight on him, Trunks had declared himself the new king of planet Vegeta, citing that King Vegeta and his son, Prince Vegeta, had effectively exiled himself from their own planet.
I know this is gonna come as a shock for a lot of you, but the Saiyan race needs competent leadership. Your trusted allies Bardock and Guinea were confident I'd give you all a leader you all can look up to. Now, I won't be the king permanently. This is just a temporary position for me to keep things in order, but I promise, as long as I'm the king, I will make sure the Saiyan race is every bit as strong as it was always been meant to be.
However, there were many King Vegeta loyalists who were skeptical about the transition. Then, add to the fact that King Vegeta mysteriously vanished. Many had wondered if Trunks and his crew had taken power away from the king by force. If they did have these thoughts, however, they kept them to themselves. And everyone was aware that the three Saiyans were strong enough to make Frieza look like an amateur. Also during his speech, King Trunks had warned the Saiyans about the impending danger King Cold presented.
As I'm sure you all know, the Saiyan race still isn't truly free after Frieza's death. The man had a father, King Cold, who's making his way to this planet right now as we speak. But let him come. With us here, I promise you, I'll make sure that each and every single Saiyan is strong enough to handle anything Frieza's father throws at us. The Saiyan race will prevail.
You know, for someone who didn't want the job, he sure can make one hell of a speech.
Then, 4 months had passed since Trunks had become the new ruler of planet Vegeta. In that time, he and Pan had implemented several new laws for the Saiyan people to follow, some of which the citizens of Vegeta weren't too thrilled with. One of the first and most controversial laws Trunks had passed within his kingdom was that Saiyans were no longer allowed to travel to other planets and conquer other races.
Those days are over. I know it's going to be hard to abstain from taking over other planets. It's all you guys know. And ultimately, that's what fuels planet Vegeta's economy. But I promise, I will find a newer, much healthier way to sustain this planet economically. One that doesn't involve enslaving innocent people. Because of this new law, all Saiyans who have been sent to other worlds to conquer have been ordered to stop their missions and to return to planet Vegeta at once for a debriefing. As for Saiyan infants who have been cruelly sent to other, weaker planets to conquer them, they too will be returning here soon as well. I've dispatched a rescue team, led by Colonel Paragus, to retrieve every single Saiyan child who is on record to be off-world. The days of that kind of bloodshed are now in the past. We will all learn how to live peacefully, and I promise you, we will all get stronger because of it.
Needless to say, there were quite a few Saiyans who took issues with this new law. King Trunks was well aware of some of the civil unrest some of his laws were causing. To increase morale and loyalty among his Saiyan citizens, King Trunks had decided to open up a special dojo, which he used to train Saiyan soldiers who were interested in obtaining the power Trunks and the rest of the GT crew had. For a demonstration, Trunks had even once turned into a Super Saiyan in front of his students when they asked him to. Although the Saiyan couldn't sense power levels, their 5 senses flared up when in the presence of Trunks' awesome power. It was like being caught in a majestic storm.
This is crazy. He's glowing as if he's some kind of god.
Of course, the many skeptics of the Saiyan race refused to believe that Trunks' golden-haired form was indeed a Super Saiyan transformation. One of those skeptics was Nappa, who was briefly off-world helping conquer another faraway planet when the GT crew had shown up and overthrown the Vegetas. Upon his return to planet Vegeta, Nappa couldn't believe what his fellow Saiyan officers had told him.
What? Are you kidding me? A bunch of Saiyans from another dimension got rid of Frieza and became the new rulers of Vegeta? There's just no way!
Nappa was even more upset when he learned that King Trunks forbids Saiyan citizens from conquering other worlds and subjugating innocent people.
That's ridiculous. Conquering worlds is what we Saiyans are all about. It's why we exist at all. To me, it doesn't even sound like this punk kid is a Saiyan. This guy has no tail, has purple hair, and he kind of looks like a girl. There's no way he and those 2 other pint-sized runts are as strong as you say he is. How could you let those outsiders take over our planet?
But Nappa, sir, it ain't like we had a choice. Those guys took out Frieza like it was nothing. What the hell were we supposed to do?
Shut up! I don't believe that for 1 second. Maybe it was a trick or something, or a lucky shot. Anyway, I'm not just gonna sit around here and let those fake-ass Saiyans ruin everything about King Vegeta's empire. We're getting rid of them.
With that, Nappa had recruited the few willing Saiyans that he could to stage a rebellion against the GT crew. However, when the Saiyans asked Nappa how they were supposed to compete with their strength, Nappa came up with a plan that only a top-ranking military officer would have been able to.
Look, I really doubt those kids are as strong as you think they are. But on the off chance we get our tails whooped, I got a secret move we can use. You see, with King Vegeta's help, I learned about this new move that would let me create an artificial moon.
Oh crap, I heard about that. It's supposed to be some new invention, right? It's still in a beta testing stage, I thought.
Yeah, well, not anymore. The move is good to go. If those brats give us too much trouble, I'll just use that artificial moon to turn us into great apes. I don't care how strong those kids are. There's no way those dumbasses will be able to handle a surprise attack from a bunch of great apes.
But Nappa, sir, isn't it risky? I mean, you put that thing up there, probably every Saiyan in the vicinity is gonna turn into a great ape. And not all of us can control the great ape forms like you can.
That's even better. Those 3 fake Saiyans are gonna be dealing with a whole city of great apes that know to do nothing but destroy. We'll flatten those freaks at all costs and take back our planet in the name of King Vegeta.
Weeks later, Nappa and his band of rebels had infiltrated King Trunks' dojo by pretending to be a group of students eager to learn from King Trunks. Incidentally, this was also a day where Pan and Goku had decided to drop by the dojo to help Trunks teach these students. Trunks had requested Goku's help in particular, since he felt the Turtle Hermit student made for a much better teacher and mentor than Trunks did.
All right, guys. So, like I tell most of the people we teach, none of you are strong enough to go Super Saiyan right now. You're so far away from being able to do that. You shouldn't be thinking about that form right now. The first thing we're gonna do is teach you the basics. You guys have great raw power, but you all aren't all that good at controlling your ki. So, we're gonna start you all off by raising your ki awareness first.
But as soon as Goku finished that sentence, Nappa had rushed in, charging Goku with a knife in his hand that he tried to stab the young Saiyan with. Of course, Goku, because of his keen instincts, practically saw Nappa's sneak attack coming seconds before Nappa had even moved. Using the absolute lowest percentage of his power, Goku had knocked the knife out of Nappa's hand and, despite Nappa's hardest efforts, had dismantled Nappa with ease while still maintaining his smile. While on the ground, Nappa had gawked at Goku with absolute shock and despair. So did the rebels, none of whom could believe what they were seeing.
Good grief, are you serious? Please don't tell me that was some kind of assassination attempt. You could have done a way better job than that.
How did you do that?
But as Goku was about to speak, the miniature Saiyan was distracted by his would-be assassin's face as he swore he remembered seeing him somewhere. Then, it clicked for Goku.
Holy crap! I know you, you're Nappa, one of Vegeta's old goons.
What? My dad had goons?
How do you know my name? And how the hell do you look like Bardock? Aren't you supposed to be from another dimension or something?
No one told Nappa that the young child who killed Frieza was a dead ringer for Bardock before. But seeing the child's uncanny resemblance to the sane commoner, Nappa briefly wondered if the kids were telling the truth about being Saiyans.
No! I refuse to accept that! That was a lucky shot, kid. But I already checked your power level. No way somebody with a power level of 5 can get the jump on me. I'm taking you out.
With that, Nappa charged Goku again for round 2. Of course, Goku had demolished Nappa with a series of effortless taps and pokes that cracked Nappa's bones and shifted his ribs. By the end of it all, Nappa couldn't stop bleeding, and his band of rebels were frozen in fear, unable to lift a finger, completely awestruck and terrified by the young boy. Despite Goku's innocent face, the Saiyans regarded him as if he were Frieza in disguise.
Oh, brother. Grandpa, you're going too soft on him. Why are you still leaving him conscious?
Why, you? How dare you talk to me like I'm nothing? Okay, you kids want to play around, huh? Let's see how you fake-ass Saiyans deal with this.
Goku vaguely recognized the technique, but by the time he did, it was too late. Nappa had flung the artificial moon into the air, where it glowed like the ghost of a star. All of the Saiyans in the dojo, and even outside of it, had accidentally looked up at the artificial moon reflexively, and, because of that, almost simultaneously, they all transformed into the ferocious great apes that had leveled so many distant worlds once upon a time.
Horror movie crap is this?
It's okay, Pan. Don't worry, this is another transformation Saiyans used to be able to do. They turned into these giant apes every time they looked at a full moon, but they'd need their tails to do it. Unfortunately, I forgot that some of these guys can make an artificial moon, too. Not gonna lie, this is kind of exciting.
I had no idea that Saiyans had this ability. It doesn't seem like much, though. Their power levels haven't increased dramatically at all.
Exactly. So, Pan, you got nothing to worry about. All we gotta do is take off their tails and they'll all go back to normal.
However, what Goku didn't account for was that there were a lot of tails to remove. With the artificial moon hanging in there like an ornament, most of the Saiyans in the dojo and the capital city had devolved into rampaging killing machines, turning against their own planet. The very few Saiyans inside the dojo who were able to control their forms, such as Nappa, had all focused their beastly rage onto the GT crew. But Nappa and his crew quickly realized that, even in their great ape forms, they were no match for the GT crew, even when they were in their base states.
Whoa, almost had me there.
Wow, I forgot how big these things are.
Trunks, of course, used his sword to cut off their tails, which caused the giant monstrosities to revert back into their smaller forms. It took only mere minutes to turn many of the great apes, including Nappa, back into their base forms. However, there was another problem. Because of the artificial moon, a good deal of Saiyans were now great apes, which meant that Goku and the others would have needed to spend a great deal slicing off tails before the day was over. Still, Goku and Trunks leaped out of the palace and removed as many tails as they could to get the planet back under control. An impatient Pan, however, didn't want to go through the hassle. So instead, she turned to Nappa, pummeled him, then stomped on his ankle so hard that you could hear the crunch. Nappa screamed in agony.
Remove that damn fake moon you put up there, or else I'm gonna crush your ankle permanently.
Go to hell, you brat. You should take that armor off. You don't deserve to wear it, you fake Saiyan.
But that just encouraged Pan to step on his ankle even more. Soon, unable to take the pain, Nappa relented. And every single Saiyan in the capital city had reverted back to their base states. Later that day, King Trunks, Goku, and Pan held a brief trial for Nappa and his band of rebels to decide what to do with them. Bardock, Gine, and Raditz were also in attendance, as the Bardock family had flown over to King Trunks' palace to find out what was causing all of this ruckus on planet Vegeta. Seeing Bardock stand next to his son, Nappa had said,
Bardock, you traitor! I should have known you were behind this somehow. You're in cahoots with these three clowns, aren't you? This is all your fault!
Oh, shut up, Nappa. You should have known better than to challenge a bunch of people who you know were strong enough to beat Frieza. As always, there's nobody on this planet better at being stupid than you are. Trunks, Kakarot, how about you just get rid of this guy, huh? Save us trouble in the future.
Nah, I don't think I will. But I am gonna banish you guys. You and your group need to leave planet Vegeta immediately. You can come back only if you get with the program. I know this takes a lot of adjustment, guys, but we're really trying to help you guys out.
Of course, Nappa, who was too stuck in his ways at the time, just told Trunks,
Just get me off this freaking planet. This isn't over, kid. Not by a long shot.
With that, Nappa and his crew did what Trunks instructed and evacuated the planet as if they had gotten evicted.
Where to now, sir? Where do we go from here?
Where do you think? We're gonna scour the galaxy and do whatever it takes to find King Vegeta.
I have no doubt he's out there somewhere scheming. He wouldn't just let his kingdom go without a fight.
But sir, what if King Vegeta's dead? There's a lot of other people who think those three kids might have secretly killed King and Prince Vegeta, and they're just covering it up.
No way! I'll admit, those three kids are strong, but they're also a bunch of softies. Frieza would have never let us go like they did, and that's those kids' weakness. If they didn't kill us, then they didn't kill King Vegeta. He's out there somewhere. All we gotta do is find him. When we do, we'll do whatever it takes to help him take back what's his.
On the far other side of King Trunks' kingdom where Bardock lived, Goku and Pan were hard at work these past couple of months, trying to raise Bardock and his family's power level enough to where they might become Super Saiyans. Ironically, Gine, who was more receptive to Pan and Goku's teachings, was the student who impressed Goku the most. Gine was still weaker than Bardock by a good margin, but she learned techniques like Goku's after-image fairly quickly. She had also learned how to detect power signatures fairly early without needing a scouter, which Bardock struggled with. Bardock, on the other hand, saw a noticeable increase in his strength. Sparring with his father, Goku was already well aware of the healing properties of Zenkais, and, on Bardock's request, pushed his father to his absolute limit in each and every single training session. But in their last training session, Goku had pushed a frustrated Bardock a little too far.
I need to get stronger, understand? Stop holding back, Kakarot. If you want me to be able to defeat King Cold and be able to lead our people properly, I need to become a Super Saiyan. That just won't happen unless you're willing to kill your old man. Do you not get it?
Mom, Dad's kind of pushing it, don't you think?
He most certainly is.
Meanwhile, after listening to Bardock's words, Goku nodded. For the first time, Gine, Raditz, and Bardock had seen what Goku looked like when he'd gotten both focused and serious. It was an intense, terrifying expression that made Bardock's stomach drop to the ground. It was perhaps the only time his son looked like a traditional Saiyan. What Bardock didn't realize, however, was that his speech had reminded Goku of when he trained his son, Gohan, in the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan was only able to achieve that form after Goku showed him no mercy. It looked as though he'd have to do the same thing with Bardock.
You asked for it, Dad. Here I come.
With that, Goku began powering up. The entirety of planet Vegeta shook, and the skies took on an ominous pitch-black color as Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan right before Bardock's eyes. Everyone in the Bardock family gasped. Gine, who could now sense power levels, didn't truly understand just how powerful the Super Saiyan transformation was until she could feel it.
How in the hell did me and Bardock's genes create someone so incredible and so horrifying?
This is it. This is who he really is. Thank you, Kakarot. Being your father is the greatest honor a man could ever experience.
With that, Goku wasted no time and went on the offense. Bardock could barely see Goku coming. The young boy was hitting Bardock at every direction, striking pressure points and vital areas that Bardock was just too slow to defend against. However, Goku was slightly impressed by his father's performance. Despite Bardock being in his base form, his father had still managed to dodge a good portion of Goku's attacks. Of course, Goku had heavily suppressed his Super Saiyan form, but nonetheless, the fact Bardock's eyes were sharp enough to catch some of Goku's attacks were noteworthy. Pleased with his father's performance, Goku had decided to take it up a level one more time, cupping his hands while slowly chanting the name of Master Roshi's most devastating technique. A round ball of blue ki had formed inside of his palms that was hotter than the sun. By the time Bardock had stood on his feet and looked up, Goku's energy blast was already heading towards him at practically the speed of light. Bardock screamed. The blast was too big to dodge, and he was almost too weak to move. Pan had screamed at her grandfather.
What are you trying to do, Grandpa? Do you want to kill him?
Bardock screamed out of both rage and terror. Then he raised his arms, and the blue energy blast clashed with his hands. A white aura flared around Bardock that had flecks of gold lightning crackling around it. His hair was standing up, and the pupils in his eyes had completely vanished. The entire planet was shaking from the collision.
Is he doing it? I think he's doing it.
Both Gine and Pan waited in bated breath. Both of the women could sense that Bardock's power level had skyrocketed dramatically. He was stronger than he'd ever been. Goku had waited excitedly for Bardock's dam of power to burst, but instead, Goku quickly realized there was something off about Bardock's power-up. His father was missing a specific, unique ingredient that would have allowed him to access the form of legend. And because of that, Bardock's body had eventually broken down on him, and a painful scream exploded out of Bardock's mouth as Goku's energy wave engulfed him completely without mercy. Bardock had gotten so injured during his fight with his son Goku that Gine had to have the Saiyan warrior transported to a health center immediately, where Bardock lay in hibernation inside of a healing pod filled to the brim with warm water.
What is wrong with you, you soft-eyed goof? Do you want to kill our dad? I have half a mind to put you in the dirt right now.
Even Raditz didn't believe what he'd just said. He knew there was nothing he could do to hurt Goku, except he somewhat did using his words. And Goku felt the same fear Raditz did, thinking about what would have happened if Bardock didn't withstand the attack.
Kakarot, do not blame yourself. And Raditz, stop giving your brother a hard time. He explicitly said he wanted Kakarot to go all out. If his son had held back, I promise you that Bardock would feel a lot worse than he does right now. He'd rather die than for his own son to take it easy on him.
And deep down, as much as Raditz hated to admit it, he knew that his mother had a point. As Bardock continued healing, Guinea had prepared a fine feast for her family, and Pan, Goku, and Raditz all dug in as if it was their last meal. However, watching Goku and Raditz eat together with the same amount of viciousness, a startling question popped into Guinea's head that she was surprised she hadn't asked before.
Kakarot, I'm curious. I understand that you married an Earth woman and raised a family with her, but who did marry Raditz? Did he settle down with an Earth woman as well?
Yeah, that's right. You two tailless freaks haven't told me anything about what happened to me in the future. I want to know.
First of all, not having tails doesn't make someone a freak. Second of all, I don't know what the hell happened to you. This is my first time seeing you. Ever.
The revelation was so shocking that it snapped Raditz out of his anger.
What? What are you talking about? You never met your great-uncle in the future? Kakarot, what is the meaning of this? What happens to your brother? How can you not mention him? Don't tell me you two had something of a falling out.
Since he wasn't a good liar and couldn't even think of a lie if he tried, Goku had decided to tell Guinea, Raditz, and Pan what really happened to Raditz in the future. He'd told them all about how Raditz came to Earth to recruit him for a mission with Vegeta and Nappa. He'd told them that he teamed up with an arch-rival of his back on Earth to kill Raditz for good. Raditz and Guinea were so floored by this answer that they were both visibly trembling, and Guinea had looked at her eldest son as if she'd already lost him.
Holy crap, Grandpa, I didn't know that.
Guinea started choking up so much she lost her appetite, and warm tears sprung to her often cold, hardened, sane eyes. Raditz had slammed the front door open so hard that the whole house shook before launching into the sky, blasting off to parts unknown. Goku had stood up to run after his older brother, but Guinea had intervened.
Kakarot, stop! Just leave him alone for a while. He just found out how he ended up dying. He'll cool off.
Goku took Guinea's advice and stayed put.
Come here, son.
The aggressive tone in Guinea's voice made Goku feel that his mother was going to give him a beating of a lifetime, as if disciplining him for having Raditz killed in the future. But instead, Guinea got down one knee and hugged him harder than she'd ever had.
I'm glad you told me this, Kakarot. I'm glad you're here. Because now we all have the opportunity to change things. I promise I will never leave your side again. I am going to make sure you and Raditz look out for each other the way you're meant to.
Goku, Guinea, and Pan were all present at Planet Vegeta's health center when Bardock had finally emerged from the healing pod. While everyone expressed relief that Bardock was 100% healed, Bardock was more focused on the immense increase in power he'd gotten after his recovery.
Hey, can you check my power level?
Incredible! Before my scouter broke, it said that your power level was at 50,000 and growing! But I can sense you're a lot stronger than that. That fight with Kakarot really pushed you over the edge, it seems. Why the hell are you making that face for? I am pretty sure that barring R and Vegeta's kids from the future, you are officially the strongest Saiyan on this planet, if not the universe.
But the problem was, Bardock still couldn't become a Super Saiyan, a thought that he expressed angrily at his wife.
Maybe I'm just not capable of being on your level after all.
Oh, come on, Grandpa, that's not true. If I can do it, then you can too. We all got these genes from you, after all. We just have to figure out what works for you. From what my pop-op used to tell me, everyone going Super Saiyan for the first time has been different.
Is that right? How did you transform for the first time?
I really don't remember. Maybe it happened when I stubbed my toe on a Lego.
Bardock couldn't tell if Pan was serious. If she was, it made the legendary Super Saiyan form even further out of his reach.
I think you just need a good emotional trigger.
But what the hell can that emotional trigger be, Kakarot?
But as Goku pondered these questions, Trunks had flown in from his kingdom and rushed inside of the health center, adrenaline coursing through the interim king's veins.
I came here to tell you guys that some of my guys picked up King Cold's ship on their radar. That guy is only a couple of days away. Of course, I doubt he's anything to really worry about, but I just thought I'd give you guys the heads up.
But to Goku, King Cold, a person he'd never met before, might have been just the person to push Bardock to achieve Super Saiyan glory. In the days leading up to King Cold's arrival, the Bardock family had pushed their bodies to their limits and beyond while training with the Saiyans from the future. During that time, Raditz had especially seen even more incredible jumps in power, but this was partially thanks to discovering his younger brother would end up killing him in the future. Such foreknowledge only motivated Raditz even more to find a way to surpass his younger brother, so his future self would never end up at Goku's mercy again. Meanwhile, Guinei's ki control was so refined that at one point during a sparring session with her great-grandmother, Pan had thought to herself,
Wow, she's a natural at this. I mean, she's only slightly weaker than Grandpa Bardock, but I don't know. I think she might become a Super Saiyan before he does at this rate.
When the day had finally arrived, Goku, Pan, and Guinea were able to sense King Cold and a cluster of other sinister power levels closing in on the planet, teeming with bloodlust, malice, and vengeance. The three Saiyans were all too far away to see King Cold's spaceship landing, but they could feel it. It was touching down on planet Vegeta's docking station, which rested right beside King Trunks' palace. But for Guinea, however, sensing King Cold was like feeling death breathe on her shoulder.
This is ridiculous!
You feel King Cold's power already?
I do. Like his son, it looks like this guy's strength is also monstrous. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
How do I compare to him?
The look on Guinea's face gave Bardock the answer before she had even opened her mouth.
It's not looking good. I'm sorry, honey. I have no doubt he'll take you. I don't think anything less than a Super Saiyan can step up to that kind of power.
With that, she and the rest of Bardock's family charged up before they blasted off into the sky and towards Trunks' palace, where they had no doubt King Cold and his henchmen already were. And they were right. Meanwhile, King Trunks was speaking to his advisors about planet Vegeta's economy. Trunks shot up from his seat and felt a chill running up his spine, sensing King Cold's presence at the landing dock. At the same time, the scouters of his advisors went off one after the other, detecting the several high power levels that had made their unannounced arrival to planet Vegeta. An excited Trunks had run out of the palace and took a quick flight towards planet Vegeta's landing bay, where King Cold's gargantuan disc-shaped spaceship rested as if in hibernation. As more Saiyans arrived at the scene, Trunks gestured to his army to stand by as the spaceship's door slowly opened. A dense mist seeped out of the spaceship's open door like a breath, and an army of figures cloaked in shadow stepped out of the spaceship along with it. However, the figures didn't clear with the mist, and when the fog dissipated, everyone in the crowd could see King Cold standing at the center with an army of soldiers behind him, ready to attack on his orders. Among those soldiers were Zarbon, Dodoria, and the infamous mercenary team the Ginyu Force, who Trunks, of course, didn't know since they were before his time.
This guy's about as strong as his son was. This is gonna be a piece of cake.
King Cold had locked eyes with Trunks, immediately recognizing that the young man was wearing Saiyan attire typically only reserved for royalty. In fact, it looked like King Vegeta's clothes.
And who might you be? Where is King Vegeta?
On a vacation, so I've been running things around here.
You? That's odd. I can't believe the Saiyans would actually fall in line and follow a runt like you, unless...
King Cold looked over to Zarbon and Dodoria, who were already visibly trembling at the sight of King Trunks. Since the last time he saw the time traveler, his friends had completely dismantled Frieza with ease.
I see. You must be one of these so-called future Saiyans I've heard so much about.
Glad to see I've built up a reputation.
Unfortunately, it's not the reputation you want, my young friend.
But as King Cold looked down on the alleged Super Saiyan from the future, he and the Ginyu Force were a bit startled when 5 more Saiyans had descended from the sky, gathered around King Trunks as if they were his royal guards. Bardock, Raditz, and Guinea had immediately tensed up when they locked eyes with King Cold.
What a letdown. He really is just as weak as his son was. Actually, I think he might even be weaker. I'm not gonna have any fun with this guy at all. How is it that all these lame frauds end up ruling the galaxy?
It's you two. The ones Zarbon and Dodoria told me about. I recognize you as if I've met you before. You're the runts who personally murdered my son.
We only did it because he was being a bully and refused to leave us and these people alone. Do us a favor and don't make the same mistake your son did. Get out of here or else we'll make sure you meet him soon.
Admittedly, after the stories he'd heard about the three Saiyans, King Cold was a bit apprehensive. So much so he wondered if he would have needed to use his true final form to put the three future Saiyans down for good.
I'll simply have Zarbon, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force engage the three future Saiyans first. That way I can at least study their movements and power, and determine from there if I really do need to morph into my final form.
Then, aware of Captain Ginyu's special abilities, King Cold had whispered to the Ginyu Force leader,
Ginyu, if any of those brats prove to be too much for you, you know what to do.
Although Goku couldn't hear what Captain Ginyu was saying, he recognized that Captain Ginyu and the rest of King Cold's soldiers were already getting into their fighting stances, gearing up for an attack. Goku still hadn't forgotten what it was like to switch bodies with Ginyu, and it was a fate he didn't want Trunks or anyone else in his family to experience.
Guys, I know those soldiers all feel weak, but you need to be real careful facing that purple guy with the horns. He knows a technique that lets him switch bodies with other people. And I don't think it matters how strong you are. If he catches you in that move, you'll be completely paralyzed.
What? I'd heard that Captain Ginyu had a few special techniques up his sleeve, but I thought they were just rumors. I guess this means you must have fought him in the future, too.
Fine, you boys want to go? Then bring it, but you better bring your A game. Try not to waste our time too much.
But at that moment, Bardock and Guinea both stepped in front of Goku, Pan, and Trunks, as if volunteering themselves as a pair of human shields.
Actually, Pan, how about you guys sit this one out? I want to test my new strength.
There's no way, after all the training we've done, that we can't take on a couple of these sorry-ass goons, right? Let your parents have some fun, Kakarot.
At that point, Raditz had jumped in too.
We'll show you tailless freaks how to fight like real Saiyans on the battlefield.
Listen, I'm quarterbacking this thing. Kine, you go after Zarbon and Dodoria. Raditz, you go after the rest of those sorry soldiers. I'm taking on the entire Ginyu Force.
Bardock, Guinea, and Raditz moved as fast as lightning towards their respective targets. The Ginyu Force and the rest of King Cold's army were instantly caught off guard as the three Saiyans moved much faster than their scouters indicated, and almost too fast for the rest of the Saiyans in the crowd. Raditz had already begun taking out the fodder in King Cold's army with kicks and punches that barely cost the young Saiyan 1% of his power. Unlike his brother Goku, however, Raditz didn't hit these people with light taps and kicks to knock them unconscious. Raditz's punches cracked necks, cracked heads, and went through stomachs, like he was fighting soldiers made out of glass. Even Pan had winced at the brutality that Raditz was displaying.
Jeez, what is wrong with that psycho? I'm wondering if training him was a good idea.
There's no need to kill them, Raditz. Just knock them out. You're doing way too much.
Unfortunately for Goku, however, Guinea and Bardock weren't that much better. The primal instincts of the Saiyan race couldn't help but take over the couple as they preyed upon King Cold's elite forces. Guinea played around with Dodoria and Zarbon, the three taking their battle into the sky. The Saiyan crowd all gasped in awe and wonder as Guinea, who was always known as one of the weaker fighters of planet Vegeta, evaded Zarbon and Dodoria's attacks with such grace that she looked like poetry in motion.
Wow, I can't believe how strong I've gotten. I can see their attacks coming from miles away. These two are as slow as the seasons changing. Kakarot, Pan, thank you for giving me this strength. And also sorry. I know you didn't want me to kill anyone, but I'm dying to get some blood on my hands.
With that, Guinea started going on the offensive. Guinea stretched out her open palm and finished Dodoria and Zarbon off with an energy blast that left nothing of the two left other than their screams. And soon, even their screams vanished too. Goku's and Pan's jaws dropped. Trunks couldn't help but palm his face.
Looks like you guys made them a little too strong when training them.
Indeed. Although Goku was annoyed by the actions of his mother and older brother, Pan, especially, couldn't believe the brutality her family was displaying. So much so that the young girl had a terrifying thought. Even in the likelihood that they did defeat King Cold, did she, Goku, and Trunks accidentally create even greater monsters by making the Saiyans so powerful? And if so, if they went back to their timeline, Pan wondered, who would be able to stop these new Saiyans from terrorizing the universe? After Bardock's wife, Gine, completely eviscerated Zarbon and Dodoria with a powerful energy blast, the sane crowd looking up from down below were all awestruck and somewhat disoriented seeing the amount of power she displayed. One sane soldier remarked that Gine was supposed to be one of the planet's weaker fighters and questioned how she was able to outgrow the power levels of King Cold's elite warriors so quickly. The sane crowd had the same question when looking at Bardock, who, one by one, dismantled all members of the Ginyu force in mere minutes, without even breaking a sweat.
Looks like all that training with Kakarot really paid off. These guys don't stand a chance against me.
But while the Bardock family were on planet Vegeta, dominating King Cold's regime, King and Prince Vegeta were back on Earth, laying waste to the planet's population without mercy. They spent a few days leveling continents and dismembering countless citizens. And finally, on their 5th day on planet Earth, they were given directions to the King of the Earth's whereabouts. At the benevolent ruler's palace, King Vegeta broadcast the Earth King's death to the billions of citizens of planet Earth.
Pathetic.
Oh my God. This will be the fate of all pathetic Earthlings who oppose the Vegetas. We have decimated 1/3 of the population merely to prove a point. There is nothing on Earth that can stop us. All of you have no choice but to obey and fulfill our every desire. And at this moment, me and my son desire nothing more than to acquire a powerful transformation that would make us the strongest beings in the cosmos. After we take time to settle in our new palace, we will be sending out an army of troops to round up the smartest Earthlings on the planet. These geniuses will be spared our wrath if they comply and search tirelessly for anything on this planet that may help me and my son achieve our goals. We know this wretched planet contains the secrets we need to become the Super Saiyans of legend. You Earthlings will help us find it, or die.
King Vegeta kept his word. After settling into his new palace, King Vegeta had demanded for the world government to tell him who the smartest people on planet Earth were. His research team worked tirelessly, combing over the academic and educational records of the billions of citizens who called Earth their home. In the end, King Vegeta's research team discovered there were only 3 people on Earth who might have had the expertise and scientific genius the sane rulers were searching for. He and Prince Vegeta deployed their armies to capture the world's smartest humans to help them achieve their goals. The scientists King Vegeta's new Earthling army recruited were Emperor Pilaf and the Briefs family. Vegeta's newfound army had also searched for a man named Dr. Zuro, the head scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. But Dr. Zuro had wisely gone into hiding and had already started planning with the Red Ribbon Army on ways to counter the Saiyan invaders. Meanwhile, Master Roshi held a meeting with his greatest student, Grandpa Gohan, to discuss the looming threat the Saiyans presented. However, admittedly, neither believed there was anything they could do against beings of such power.
I can faintly sense their power levels, even all the way from here. They're just too strong for us. Whatever these Saiyans are, their heartlessness is only outmatched by their strength.
What about the Mafuba? Surely we can use that technique. I believe that might give us a chance.
Maybe, but they're far too fast, Gohan. I've seen footage of these demons. The Mafuba requires a certain amount of precision to use, and I'm not certain I can be precise enough to capture one person who can move at that kind of speed, let alone 2.
Then allow us to help you.
Unbeknownst to Master Roshi, his rival, Master Shen, had also been keeping track of the Saiyan invaders who'd been laying waste to the planet. Master Shen was so threatened by the presence of the 2 Vegetas that the Crane school teacher was willing to set his grudge against Master Roshi aside to help him defeat the Saiyan King and his heir.
My students, Tenshin Han and Chao Tzu, will assist you.
The two have been trained in the art of the crane and possess extraordinary abilities. I doubt their powers will be a match for the sane warriors. However, they should hopefully be enough to provide a distraction that would enable you, Roshi, to use your Mafuba. Even if we're just able to capture one of them, it would still be a victory for us.
Master Shen, who was concerned the Saiyan's reign of terror would eventually affect his own goals, insisted that he and Master Roshi call a truce until the two Vegetas were dealt with. Begrudgingly, the Turtle Hermit mentor agreed. Although Gohan wanted to join Master Roshi and the Shen students in their efforts to dethrone the Saiyans, Master Roshi felt it would be wiser for his former school classmate to return home just in case.
If this plan goes south, we need at least one of us still alive to teach the next generation of martial artists. If we can't beat these two Saiyans, perhaps you, Gohan, can raise someone who can.
Reluctantly, Grandpa Gohan decided to take Master Roshi's advice and traveled back home, hoping that Roshi and Master Shen's students would be able to make the Earth a sane-free zone once again. As Master Roshi, Tien, and the others spent weeks coming up with a plan to ambush the Saiyans, King and Prince Vegeta had put their team of scientists to work, forcing Pilaf and the Briefs family to conduct research non-stop until they found anything that would help them become Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, King and Prince Vegeta spent their father-son bonding time hunting and torturing Earthlings to keep their skills sharp. Occasionally, the two would even spar themselves, training tirelessly together, as they both knew that a confrontation with the GT crew was inevitable.
We must train harder than we ever have before, son. Those three Saiyans from the future will no doubt make their way to Earth soon. For all we know, they may already be on their way as we speak.
On a cold Thursday evening, King and Prince Vegeta had called Pilaf, Dr. Briefs, and his daughter Bulma into their office and questioned them about what, if anything, they had found through their research that could help the two become Super Saiyans.
And I can assure you, if you people haven't found anything that will help me and my son become Super Saiyans, I will kill all of you immediately.
Emperor Pilaf, the most cowardly of the three, was the first to expose what he'd found through his research. Hoping that King Vegeta would at least give him a few islands to conquer, and completely focused on saving his own hide, Pilaf dangerously told the Vegetas about the mythical artifacts called Dragon Balls. A decision that made a 5-year-old Bulma want to physically murder the Blue Tyrant.
You idiot! Why would you tell them about that?
Truth be told, Bulma and Dr. Briefs had also learned about the Dragon Balls during their extensive research. However, she and her father vowed not to give the Vegetas that information at all costs.
Shut up, you brat! You don't think I'd want to use those Dragon Balls myself? But let's face it, we're never getting out of here. These guys are just too strong. And if we didn't find anything that could help the king and prince turn into a super whatever, we would have died anyway. You and your father both know the Dragon Balls are the only things we could find that might conceivably get them what they want. At least this way, by spilling the beans, I not only saved my life, but hopefully I get to rule over my own island too.
But even after the cunning emperor showed the Vegetas scrolls and ancient texts that recorded the existence of these Dragon Balls, the sane elites were still skeptical.
What do you think, Father? Could this be real?
I'm not sure. During my travels across the galaxy, I vaguely recall hearing about mythical items that were capable of such feats, but I always assumed they were mere fantasies. It would be difficult for me to believe that a backwater planet such as this would possess such powerful items.
Please, Your Highness, I can assure you that they're out there. In fact, I'm working on a device that might be able to trace the unique radiation these Dragon Balls have right now. 7 months. That's all I need to be able to build a Dragon Ball radar to find these items for you. All I ask for in return is that you give me my own island to rule over, Your Grace.
I'm gonna kick your ass! You just sold out every Earthling on this planet and guaranteed we'll be slaves to these people forever! How could you?
However, at that moment, King Vegeta raised his open palm and fired a red energy blast that grazed Bulma's cheek, leaving a hole in the wall behind her the size of a cannon. Bulma immediately started weeping. Dr. Briefs went over to hold and protect his daughter as King Vegeta stood up and loomed over them like an ominous eclipse.
You should be thanking this man. I told you Earthlings to do whatever it took to unearth a means to help me and my son grow stronger. You accomplished nothing. Pilaf, good work. You have earned your life. If you construct this device, and these Dragon Balls do, indeed, possess the capabilities you describe, you and your associates will hold dominion over any 2 islands of your choosing. As for you, Dr. Briefs and Bulma, you two serve no purpose for us.
But as Prince Vegeta took sinister steps towards his wife in an alternate timeline, Dr. Briefs stood between them and pleaded for the Vegetas to spare his daughter's life. He insisted that if they, at least, let his daughter live, they'd be able to build a dragon radar within a week.
Dad, no, we can't! If they get their hands on those balls, they'll be unstoppable!
But to Dr. Briefs, the Vegetas were already unstoppable. At this point, he told his daughter that they had no choice but to fall in line. That, and he just couldn't bring himself to watch his daughter perish, even if it meant saving the universe.
Very well. Pilaf, the Briefs family, you 3 have exactly 1 week to build me this dragon radar. Whoever builds me this device first will be allowed to live.
Later that day, while King and Prince Vegeta were sparring ferociously, both desperate to raise their power levels enough to surpass the GT crews, the two, unable to sense power levels, were ambushed by Master Shen's 2 students, Tien and Chaozu, who had waited until the 2 Saiyans were both distracted and somewhat exhausted from their training session to strike. Before the Vegetas knew what hit them, they saw a young, strange, bald man flying upwards into the air until they were right in front of the sun, as if guarding it.
What the hell is that?
Solar flare!
I can't see. Father, I can't see.
What is the meaning of this?
Tien landed on the ground.
Master Roshi, do it now!
Master Roshi leaped into action, planting 2 electric rice cookers at the 2 Saiyans' feet. The Vegetas tried to retaliate by punching and kicking, but with their eyes closed, all they could do was hit air.
Show yourselves, you cowards! I will have your heads for this!
You ready, Tien? Remember what I taught you!
Prior to this standoff, Master Roshi spent weeks teaching Tien, who was the strongest of the 4, the evil containment wave technique, which Roshi knew was their only trump card against the Saiyans, and the only way they could capture 2 of them at the same time.
We only have 1 shot at this, boys.
Chaozu, hold them!
Normally, because of their high power levels, Chaozu wouldn't have been able to use his telekinesis on the 2 Saiyan warriors. But because they were so distracted and disoriented, Chaozu was able to paralyze them only momentarily to ensure they wouldn't budge.
What kind of sorcery is this? I can't move!
Chaozu screamed in pain as the 2 Saiyans' immeasurable strength was causing the martial artist's blood vessels to burst.
Evil containment!
A tsunami of green energy had emanated from Tien's and Master Roshi's bodies. At first, the green energy surrounded the entire area. Then Tien and Roshi focused that green energy on the Vegeta family specifically. Chaozu had released the 2 Saiyans right as the green energy swallowed both the king and the prince at the same time, like a twister, stretching and warping their bodies as if they were shape-shifting. Their life forces draining quickly, Tien and Master Roshi both simultaneously used the last of their power to trap the father and son duo inside of the electric rice cookers they placed at their feet. When the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Master Roshi was clearly able to trap King Vegeta in his rice cooker. But because of his relative inexperience, Tien had missed his rice cooker by only a few inches, and an enraged Prince Vegeta was left standing, his vision cleared, his heart pounding with a bizarre combination of fury and existential dread.
Damn it! No!
After exerting so much energy, Tien and Chaozu barely had enough strength to move. Meanwhile, a weakened Master Roshi didn't even have the strength required to continue breathing. The evil containment wave technique had drained Master Roshi of all of his life energy, turning the wise turtle hermit into nothing more than an empty corpse.
We failed. I'm sorry, kids.
Then Master Roshi fell to the ground, hitting it with a giant thud. Tien didn't need to check the old man's pulse. The absence of the turtle hermit's life key was proof enough that he was gone.
You damn Earthlings. You guys are full of surprises, aren't you? But honestly, I'm glad you came and pissed me off. It was starting to get a little boring.
As King Vegeta escaped the electric rice cooker Master Roshi had temporarily stored him in and stood in disbelief at what just happened, his son went on the attack. Tien and Chaozu tried to defend themselves, but of course they stood no chance against the sane prince, who took his time torturing them before sending them both to the other world.
That was quite a trick those Earthlings pulled off. Perhaps you should have let them live so that we could have learned how to use that technique ourselves.
Hell no, Father. I have no use for a technique that only seeks to capture enemies. Everyone and anyone who opposes the Vegetas will end up dead.
A week later, the Briefs family had managed to build a dragon radar, just as they promised. However, since Emperor Pilaf couldn't construct a device as quickly as the Briefs family, the Vegetas saw no use for him, and Prince Vegeta shot a bullet of pure ki from his fingertip straight through Emperor Pilaf's skull, killing him in front of the Briefs family to prove a point. With the device in hand, King Vegeta had ordered military soldiers to watch over Bulma and her father. Meanwhile, King Vegeta and his son flew around the world using the Dragon Radar as their tour guide in search for the 7 mythical artifacts that blipped on the Dragon Radar's grid. Thanks to the device, they located and retrieved 4 Dragon Balls in a matter of hours. The 5th Dragon Ball was in Grandpa Gohan's possession, who'd fallen into a deep sadness that overshadowed the Earth. His 6th sense was telling him that Master Roshi and Master Shen's students had failed their mission. Grandpa Gohan didn't have much time to mourn, however. Since he was the unwitting owner of the 4-star Dragon Ball, in an ironic twist of fate, the Vegetas had shown up at his doorstep and invaded his home. Grandpa Gohan had tried to defend himself and his property from the vicious Saiyans. But of course, the old man was no match for the Vegetas. The sadistic prince took his time with the old man. Prince Vegeta couldn't explain it. But there was something about the old man that reminded the Prince of Kakarot, which only made Prince Vegeta want to torment him even more. After King Vegeta had retrieved the 4-star ball from the old man, he told his son,
"We found what we were searching for, son. Stop toying with the man and get it over with."
Prince Vegeta nodded and left his corpse in the middle of his home for Goku and Pan to find sometime in the future. Kami clenched his staff as he watched the Saiyans gather the remaining Dragon Balls. He watched in horror as King and Prince Vegeta reunited all 7 Dragon Balls before summoning the Eternal Dragon.
"Dragon, I command you, rise before your king!"
Why have you summoned me? Tell me your wish now.
He was the largest being either of them had ever seen, even dwarfing the size of their great ape forms.
This is incredible. The Shenron of legend truly does exist. I knew I made the right decision lording over this pathetic planet. We are only one wish away from achieving our goals.
What do we wish for, Father? Do we wish to become Super Saiyans?
Perhaps, son. First, we must ascertain the limits of this dragon's abilities. Dragon, what I'm about to say aren't wishes. These are questions I merely want answered. Are you aware of the Super Saiyan of legend? And is it within your authority to grant my son and I access to the transformation?
It can be done, but it will be at the cost of your own life. Neither you nor your son possess the requisite power level necessary to wield the Super Saiyan form. If I were to unlock your latent Super Saiyan abilities in one burst, the amount of sudden ki would destroy you instantaneously. Your bodies simply don't have the maturity to handle such power.
Tell me, how strong would me and my son have to be to wield this power? What is the base minimum power level we'd have to achieve?
Your power levels would have to be in the millions.
Despite having the Dragon Balls in their possession, Shenron's statement made the Super Saiyan forms feel even further beyond the duo's grasp.
The millions? That's impossible. It would probably take us all of our lives to reach power levels in the hundreds of thousands, let alone the millions. And that's only if that's even possible.
But that was when another potential solution to their problem popped into King Vegeta's head. King Vegeta had asked Shenron if there were any other prerequisites needed to become a Super Saiyan. Shenron had informed them that, in most cases, the legendary transformation also required an almost indescribable fury that comes in response to a need. It was a statement that King Vegeta couldn't quite grasp, but still, it gave the man a blueprint to work with.
It is possible for us to reach that level of power in a relatively short amount of time, son. Remember, there is another way for us to get stronger besides mere training. We Saiyans receive massive power-ups every time we heal from near-death injuries. That, combined with our training and our natural gifted genes, may allow us to reach the power levels needed to become Super Saiyans.
But Father, isn't that a huge risk? There's a reason why Saiyans don't rely on that. What if we die from those injuries before we recover?
You won't have to worry about dying if you're immortal, son.
Right then, Prince Vegeta knew exactly what his father was thinking.
Dragon, I command you. Every time me and my son are near death, make it so that our bodies instantly recover. So, in effect, my son and I simply cannot die.
So be it.
They could feel their DNAs and cells shifting and rearranging themselves, their bodies becoming as unfamiliar as foreign land. By the time Shenron was done granting the Vegeta's wish, the two knew something had changed. They just wasn't sure what. Afterwards, much to Prince Vegeta's surprise, the Dragon Balls had turned to stone and scattered about the globe.
Now come, son. Let us test our newly acquired invincible abilities.
And so they did. King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta began training themselves even harder in preparation for the arrival of the GT crew. During their sparring sessions, King Vegeta tested his son's newfound immortal body, firing devastating ki blasts at the young boy that would have been fatal if it wasn't for his invincibility. Prince Vegeta always recovered instantaneously, his power level skyrocketing exponentially after each recovery. Eventually, King Vegeta had ordered the Briefs family to manufacture a state-of-the-art scouter capable of detecting high power levels. But when they tried measuring King and Prince Vegeta's strengths using this device, the scouter broke within minutes, indicating that their power level had easily exceeded 6 digits after they both trained repeatedly to the point of near death. Kid Bulma informed the two Saiyans that the scouter indicated their power levels were in the millions before it exploded. The statement should have been music to the Vegeta's ears. However, they both knew that the GT crew were still far above their current strength. So having power levels in the millions was meaningless if it meant they were still outmatched by Goku and his team. Of course, the breakthrough came during what was supposed to be a routine sparring session with his father. Similarly to Dragon Ball's main timeline, Vegeta had reached a point of desperation after sustaining countless near-death injuries, enduring sometimes inhumane training sessions, and still not being able to transform into a Super Saiyan.
Stop this, son. Calm down. We still have more time. We mustn't give up.
I am giving up, Father. I don't care about this anymore. I'm tired of torturing myself. I'm tired of putting myself through hell. I'm never gonna catch up to them.
Then, ironically, when Prince Vegeta was as low as he could be, a blinding golden aura exploded from his body. When the light faded, Prince Vegeta stood taller than he ever had, watching the golden aura flow and dance around him before studying his hands. The surge of power he felt was so overwhelming that the prince had no idea what to do with it.
My God, son, you've done it. You've achieved it before even I could. My son, the Super Saiyan of legend. I never thought I would live to see this day.
No, this is nothing to celebrate, Father.
What? How could you say that? You are a Super Saiyan, son, and soon I will surely follow in your footsteps.
Because you and I both know it's not enough to handle those tailless Saiyans from the future. I spent my entire life fantasizing about what it would be like to reach this form, only to realize that it isn't enough. Especially when I'll have to go up against 3 Super Saiyans to reclaim my throne. And no offense, Father, I doubt you becoming a Super Saiyan will make a difference. I need more power than this.
Afterwards, the Vegetas exchanged a tense silence, and even though one of them had already fulfilled a 1,000-year prophecy, they both agreed that paled in comparison to the amount of power the GT crew displayed. But as King Vegeta brainstormed all the possible ways he could possibly help his son surpass a Super Saiyan, He noticed that the prince already possessed one advantage over the GT crew.
Perhaps there is already a path for you to become stronger than those 3 fools, son. Unlike Kakarot, Pan, and my alleged future disgrace of a grandson, you still possess your tail. Perhaps if you combine your Super Saiyan transformation with your Great Ape form, something they cannot do, you'd be able to surpass those 3 traitors in no time in your Great Ape form. It is worth an attempt.
But father, becoming a great ape would be useless. Didn't you used to say that my brain needed to be developed enough to control that form? I don't think my body or my brain is mature enough to do that. If I become a great ape, I'd probably just lose control. What good would that do against Kakarot and those other half-breeds?
You're right, son. At your current age and development, your body and mind do lack the maturity needed to control your great ape form. And combining that form with your Super Saiyan abilities would most likely drive you to complete insanity, I imagine. However, what if we had the ability to make you older instantaneously? What if we had the ability to help you reach an age where both your body and mind were mature enough to handle the combined might of the Super Saiyan and Great Ape transformations?
Prince Vegeta immediately realized what his father was planning.
You want to use the Dragon Balls to turn me into an adult?
I do, son, yes. It will only be a momentary transition until after we destroy those 3 Saiyans. Then, if you wish, we can simply ask the dragon a year later to revert you back to your true age. But of course, this is up to you. Are you willing to go through such extreme lengths to surpass those 3 monsters?
Much to King Vegeta's surprise, Prince Vegeta didn't give that question a second thought.
Let's do it, father.
The Vegetas would spend the next couple of weeks training, with King Vegeta focused on helping his son hone his newfound Super Saiyan powers. Although King Vegeta wanted to access the Super Saiyan form himself, he felt his son had made further progress than he had. And so Prince Vegeta was his best and quickest bet when it came to surpassing the GT crew. With that, King Vegeta simply focused on making his son as strong as possible. Soon, exactly 1 year had passed since the 2 Saiyans went to Earth. The Dragon Balls were restored. King Vegeta used the Dragon Radar Bulma had built for them to locate and gather all 7 Dragon Balls. After summoning Shenron, Prince Vegeta took a deep breath before making his wish.
Shenron, I command you, turn me into an adult right now!
So be it. Your wish has been granted.
As Shenron went back into hibernation and the Dragon Balls dispersed, Prince Vegeta studied and touched his newfound body, in disbelief by how old he'd gotten. King Vegeta watched with a sense of overwhelming pride as his son tested his new body, practicing and sparring with it.
Incredible! Son, you look amazing! You look exactly like me!
I feel amazing, father. And just as I expected, my body takes to the Super Saiyan form much easier than my child body did. When I'm like this, it feels as though I've wielded this transformation for years. I can get used to this. Now, it's time to test this theory of yours, father. With my newly developed mind, I should hopefully be capable of controlling both the Great Ape form and my newfound Super Saiyan state. But let's find out.
Prince Vegeta formed an artificial moon in the palm of his hand and threw it into the sky, where it levitated as if to replace the sun. Then, slowly, King Vegeta watched his son transition into a kind of great ape he had never seen, one covered in fur as gold as the sun that almost looked beautiful. Unfortunately, immediately, it didn't seem like his son was able to control the form. Vegeta went berserk, firing ki blasts at everything in his facility.
Son! Son! Calm down! It's me, your father!
Surely, father, you have more faith in your son than that. I am the prince of all Saiyans. I could never allow myself to be taken over by my primal instincts like a savage.
Prince Vegeta gently placed his father back onto the ground. But after gaining control of his power, another development occurred that the prince wasn't expecting. He was transforming again. His body began shrinking in size, but growing even more in power. Even his fur looked as though it was changing color, slowly becoming a darker, redder shade. King Vegeta was so awestruck that he fell to the ground, as if in the presence of a god of Saiyans.
Son, this is insanity. What kind of transformation is this? What are you?
Prince Vegeta studied his body once again. There was so much power building up inside of him that if he had let it out, it felt as though it would destroy the entire universe in one blast. His heart pounding, Prince Vegeta let out a sinister laugh that spread across the galaxy. Little did he know, he had managed to skip all other transformations to become a Super Saiyan 4, a form that only required a tail and the Super Saiyan form to access, which gave the Saiyan warrior a strength that was knocking on the door of the deities. Whether Goku was strong enough to compete with his rival's rather incomplete Super Saiyan 4, however, was something only time would reveal. Several months earlier, however, back on planet Vegeta, Goku and Pan watched in disappointment as their family members landed back onto the ground after viciously and almost psychotically slaughtering all of King Cold's forces.
What? What is it? Why are you guys looking at us like that?
Why do you think? You guys just obliterated all of those people with no remorse.
Stop being so soft, Pan. We were taking care of a threat, and yeah, we got off on it. We can't help it. We're Saiyans. You gotta relax.
Don't tell me to relax. That's not what we trained you guys for. Seeing what you guys just did made all of you look no better than Frieza.
Don't lecture me, all right? I meant what I said. I will make our people better. But that doesn't mean we should be pushovers to all of our enemies. These people literally work for King Cold. What were we supposed to do, let them go?
Yes, why not? Most of them probably don't even want to work for that horned jackass. Did you ever think about that? They could be enslaved just like you guys are. But because you three are a bunch of whack-job psychopaths, they obviously didn't get the second chance you guys did they?
How about we all calm down? Dad, Mom, you guys gotta understand. I wouldn't be as strong as I am if I just killed everyone I faced. I let a lot of my enemies go in the future when I could have finished them off. You killing people is basically just wasting potential sparring partners.
Of course, an arrogant and hard-headed Raditz just flipped his brother off in response.
Sounds like bullcrap to me. Also sounds like a good way to get yourself killed.
However, the much wiser Guine and Bardock had taken their youngest son's words to heart.
Are you fools done whispering sweet nothings to one another? I admit, you three Saiyans have shown considerable talent besting my men, but the warriors you defeated pale in comparison to me. And you there, you look like that tailless runt's father, no? I will make sure you live long enough to watch me dismember your son, the same way you three brats apparently murdered mine.
I thought I already had enough reasons to put you in the dirt, but threatening my kid just sealed the deal.
Dad, back off! This guy's too strong for you. Even after a year's training, he'll still take you down. Let us handle this.
Bardock, Kakarot's right. Sit this one out. I can feel Cold's power level, and up close, it's even more obvious that he dwarfs you than it was before. Please, let our kids handle this.
Reluctantly, begrudgingly, Bardock swallowed his pride and relented to his wife's request.
Now then, back to you, Cold. I got a question for you. Be honest with me here. This isn't your final form, is it?
King Cold blinked. At first he wondered how he would know that, until he realized the three Saiyans either already encountered him in the future, or they must have deduced that he was able to transform based on his son Frieza being able to.
That's rather astute for a simple-looking boy such as yourself. You're correct. This isn't my final form. Unlike my son, I only require one more extra form to suppress my strength. As you might have guessed, the form you see before you is what I use to contain my immense power.
Thought so. And let me ask, is your real form stronger than Frieza's?
By a good deal, yes. The problem with that form, however, is that I haven't had any use for it in so long that to revert to my base form would require a considerable amount of time, about 10 minutes. If I didn't know any better, I'd think I was detecting a hint of curiosity in your voices.
You'd be right. The truth is, you wouldn't give any one of us trouble the way you are now. And after a year being here, the three of us are kind of itching for a good fight. So, we'd like you to go all out so you can at least make this worthwhile.
Are these kids serious? Does Kakarot really think this is a good idea?
King Cold let out a maniacal laugh that made all of planet Vegeta tremble.
Very well. I shall not disappoint you. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all that I need to show you brats what the Cold family is truly capable of.
With that, King Cold began powering up. His body began to crack to make way for his metamorphosis. But as excited as Goku was, what he didn't realize that even if he did most likely get past King Cold, there were two more unknown threats that he'd had to deal with. And one of them was on Earth, basking in the glow of his Super Saiyan 4 powers.
I look forward to seeing you again, Kakarot.
Meanwhile, the GT crew were preparing to do battle with King Cold, who was in the middle of powering up to access his final form. When just 5 minutes had passed, the three Saiyans from the future had noticed an alarming spike in King Cold's power that none of them expected.
Holy cow, are you guys feeling that?
Yeah, it's wild. He wasn't bluffing about being stronger than his son. I didn't expect he was holding out on us this much, though.
But as Pan and Trunks expressed growing apprehension towards King Cold's growing power, Goku was just growing more and more excited. After he finished powering up, King Cold had still maintained his gargantuan size, but he was slightly leaner. His horns were gone, and he had the same sleek, silver-polished skin that Frieza did in his final form. For Bardock, it was the first time since seeing him that King Cold truly did strike fear into his heart.
I have to say, I really do thank you three for allowing me the time it took to come out of my shell, but I must say, it was a truly foolish mistake on your part. Now you three don't have a chance at winning.
We'll see about that.
Then he, Pan, and Goku all adopted serious stances before they all, simultaneously, turned into Super Saiyans. Although the crowd of Saiyans had all seen the trio transform into Super Saiyans before, it was a sight they'd never get used to. But to Bardock, who'd wanted to achieve the same transformation so badly, watching the metamorphosis take place was like rubbing salt on his already burning wounds.
So, this is a Super Saiyan. It's exactly how Zarbon and Dodoria described. I have to say, this is a surprisingly majestic transformation for a species known for its barbarism. I always assumed a Super Saiyan wouldn't look unlike those grotesque apes you turn into.
However, sweat dripped from Pan's chin. Even with the comfort of being a Super Saiyan, King Cold's energy still had her in slight distress.
This guy's gonna be a problem. I can sense the gap between him and us isn't that big. You sure this is gonna work?
I'm sure, trust me.
With that, King Cold and the three Saiyans rushed towards each other. When they started fighting, Goku was immediately surprised by King Cold's movements, which were much more refined and polished than Frieza's was when he reached his final form. Goku and Pan had managed to get a few hits and kicks in when facing King Cold. However, when Trunks tried to slice King Cold in half with his sword, an increasingly restless Bardock watched every second of this fight without so much as blinking.
Crap, I can't believe it! This is nuts! How is King Cold holding his own against 3 Super Saiyans?
No, Raditz is wrong. King Cold isn't just going toe-to-toe with the kids. He actually has the upper hand.
Bardock had turned to his wife, Gine, who, other than their future family, was the only one among the Bardock family who could actually sense power levels.
Give it to me straight. How much of their power is our kids and Trunks using? By how much are they holding back?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, unless one of them is hiding other transformations, I think the 3 of them are going all out.
What?
However, upon further inspection, what Bardock also noticed was that the 3 Super Saiyans were getting slower and sloppier. They were leaving themselves open for King Cold to land several blows that he shouldn't have, and even their key attacks didn't have the same power and vitality they were supposed to. Goku had tried to regain control of the battle. The thing was, Goku hadn't had much practice at this point fighting in the kid version of his body, and so his experience hadn't yet synchronized with his much shorter limbs and smaller muscles.
Oh no, are they losing?
It was a question that neither Bardock nor Gine wanted to answer. Goku couldn't help but see stars spinning around his head after King Cold's last attack.
Grandpa, you dunce! You should have never let him reach his final form. Now this guy might be too much for us.
Hey, take it easy, Pan. We haven't lost yet.
I don't know, Goku. I'm spent.
Upon hearing that, King Cold let out a maniacal, victorious laugh that haunted the citizens of planet Vegeta.
You have my praise, Goku. This battle wouldn't have gone this way if it wasn't for you generously allowing me to access my true form. I had almost forgotten how light and powerful I felt in this state, but I believe this battle is about to reach its glorious final act.
Sorry guys, looks like I really screwed up. But how about this? Let's put it all on the line in one big, powerful attack. That way, if we go down, we'll take him with us.
Not like we have a choice.
Goku and Pan adopted a familiar stance. King Cold flew towards them, trying to reach the three Super Saiyans in time before their blasts fully charged. But it was too late. The three fired their respective signature attacks. King Cold knew he had no time to dodge the attack, and it was much too strong to block. When the two immense beams clashed, planet Vegeta's sky had turned pitch black. But although King Cold and the three Saiyans were clearly struggling, it became clear that the Galactic Tyrant's Ki Blast was slowly but surely winning the beam struggle. It slowly started pushing back the combined might of the three's energy attacks. The Bardock family watched with their mouths agape as King Cold's desperate Ki attack inched towards the three Saiyans like a predator.
We can't let our kids die. We can't.
Bardock shrugged Guinea off and tried to move to help the three Saiyans from the future, but by the time he took a step, it was too late. Goku, Pan, and Trunks all let out a chilling, deafening scream that could be heard even beyond planet Vegeta. King Cold's blast had completely overtaken theirs, and then it had struck the three future Saiyans in one hit. A smoke so dense and odorous had covered the entirety of the planet like some kind of apocalyptic nuclear winter. Bardock's family had hoped to see the Saiyans from the future still alive, but in the end, all they saw was King Cold. Then a sick grin came over King Cold's face when there was nothing of the three Saiyans left.
They can't be gone. They can't be. Guinea, please tell me they're out there somewhere. Please tell me you can still sense them.
But Guinea's face said it all.
I don't sense anything. I don't sense anything at all.
With a scream, Bardock had yelled out his son's name, as if calling him from beyond the grave. But when Goku didn't respond, the sudden stark silence, as if they were at a funeral, had caused Bardock to finally break down. Meanwhile, King Cold was the only person on the planet who was in a good mood.
Unfortunately, I couldn't keep my word entirely. I wasn't able to bring you your son's head as I intended. I didn't expect to blow the poor boy to smithereens. Poetic justice, really. Your son left nothing of mine left. I left nothing of him. But don't worry. It appears you have another son and a wife for me to play with. I'll just torture them instead before I put you out of your misery.
But upon hearing those words, Bardock had stood up, and his body had started trembling again. His pupils had vanished from his eyes. A blinding flash of light had emanated from his body, but when it cleared, there was no mistaking it.
He did it! He's a Super Saiyan!
Incredible!
However, the Super Saiyan form, which was once his entire life's purpose, was merely a means to an end. Bardock didn't care that he became a Super Saiyan. All Bardock wanted was the power to beat King Cold to death with his bare hands. But whereas everyone was gawking in awe at Bardock's incredible and surprising transformation, King Cold wasn't shaken in the least. Instead, he laughed in the face of Bardock's power-up, as if it were a slight inconvenience.
Quite a performance, Bardock. Truly entertaining. If I hadn't been allowed to transform, dare I say, I would even be slightly unnerved by the ferocity you've just displayed. But come now, do you really believe roaring like an ape is supposed to faze me when I've just proven that I can best 3 Super Saiyans at once in this form? Do you actually believe you'll succeed where they hadn't?
Bardock didn't talk. Instead, the newly crowned Super Saiyan wiped the tears from his face and responded with his fists. He moved moved quicker than Guine and Raditz had ever seen him move before crashing his fist deep into King Cold's stomach so hard that the galactic tyrant started coughing up purple blood.
What? Impossible!
A slightly discombobulated King Cold had stood up, his knees trembling, coughing up more blood while staring back at the sane veteran with steam pouring out of his ears.
I don't understand. How? I just killed 3 Super Saiyans for crying out loud. This filthy commoner can't be that much stronger than those brats were.
But as Bardock slowly sauntered over to King Cold, savoring the galactic tyrant's humiliation, King Cold had realized what the answer was.
No, of course. How could I have been so foolish? My last attack on these 3 twerps had already drained a good portion of my ki, and seeing as I'm not as accustomed to my regular form as I should be, the strain on my stamina is, indeed, considerable.
But by the time King Cold started charging up what little of his power remained, a super sane Bardock was already speeding towards him with murderous intent. Then they clashed. King Cold had underestimated Bardock's power and overestimated how much stamina he had left. Meanwhile, the combination of Super Saiyan energy and boundless rage sustained Bardock to the point where he felt he could fight King Cold for days on end without getting tired. After overwhelming him with physical attacks, Bardock proceeded to overwhelm King Cold with a devastating energy attack, throwing the same blue energy ball at King Cold that he threw at Frieza in an alternate timeline right before Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta.
This is for my son and granddaughter. Here, have it!
Then the galactic tyrant fell to the ground, smoke coming out of his body as if he were on fire, and was buried so deep into the ground it looked like he was already in his grave. King Cold had tried to move, but all he did was manage to wriggle his tail before he gave up.
No, this can't be. I'm completely paralyzed. Every bone in my body feels as though it's being crushed. This is unlike anything I've ever experienced before.
But as Bardock, in all of his Super Saiyan glory, descended from the sky, King Cold had felt another startling emotion for the first time. Fear. For the first time in his life, he was literally afraid of another man. King Cold had just enough strength to lift his head, and he did something that surprised even him. He started pleading for his life.
But Bardock, please, spare me. I only wanted to avenge my son. I profusely apologize for killing your loved ones, but I have a reputation to uphold. Come now, I was never as bad as my son when it came to maintaining relations with you, Saiyans. I've always, for the most part, treated your kind with respect. Please spare me.
But King Cold knew he was wasting his last breaths when Bardock aimed an open palm at him.
Spending your last few minutes alive, begging a Saiyan for your pathetic life. Congratulations. You just showed yourself who you really are.
But just as Bardock was about to finish King Cold off with a ki blast, he had heard the familiar voice of his son say from the sky, as if speaking through the heavens,
Oh, come on, Dad. Why not give him a second chance?
Of course, Bardock immediately figured he was hearing things. That was until he turned around and his stomach fell to the ground when he saw Goku, Trunks, and Pan casually floating down towards the ground as if nothing had ever happened. Bardock immediately thought he was hallucinating, that his grief broke something in his mind that caused him to see his dead family. The only problem was that when Bardock looked around, all the other Saiyans had the exact same expressions on their faces. He slowly walked towards the 3 youths and had wanted to hug all 3 of them, even Trunks, as if the purple-haired heir was his son as well.
I don't understand. I watched you die. I watched King Cold kill you.
But a smiling Pan had told him,
Oh, please. We just made it look like King Cold stood a chance against us. Well, okay, to be honest, he was pretty strong. Me and Trunks were actually using a lot of our strength back there, but either one of us could have still taken that knucklehead out no sweat, especially Grandpa Goku. We just had to make it look like we were losing.
The revelation just stumped Bardock even more.
What, why? Explain to me right now. Why did the three of you do this?
For you, Dad. Look, when I was training you, I saw how you were still having a lot of trouble becoming a Super Saiyan. So I knew I had to do something really crazy to get you there. For full-blooded Saiyans like us, I knew from experience that the best way to reach the form was through the pain of loss. And in your case, that might as well have been the only way. So that's when I made my plan with Trunks and Pan. We'd goad King Cold into killing us, then make it seem like we really were dead. I was pretty sure seeing that would be enough to push you to become a Super Saiyan, and it looks like I was right.
Of course, we had to make this whole plan of ours look believable. We didn't think it'd make sense for King Cold to be able to kill us in his first form, so we thought we'd get him to transform into his final form instead. That way, when he did seem to kill us, it'd look more real.
And also, I really did want to see how strong King Cold was in his base form. I gotta hand it to him, he was something else. If I had fought him on Namek instead of his son, King Cold probably would have killed me if I let him transform. But luckily, I'm much stronger than I was back then, even in this kid body of mine.
Bardock couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had to slow his thoughts down enough to be able to process and piece together all of this information.
This still doesn't make any sense. You guys completely vanished after King Cold hit you with that blast. You were nowhere to be found.
The smoke was thick enough for us to fly away without anyone noticing. All we did was fly all the way up to the sky in an area that you could barely see us.
We were basically in the substratosphere of this planet. Then we waited for King Cold's energy to start fading before we came back down here.
That would make sense. Except I specifically asked Guinea if she'd sensed your power levels after that blast. Even if you three flew away in the smoke, surely she would have been able to pick that up, unless...
That was when it clicked for Bardock. He glared at his wife and child, who both had bashful looks on their faces, as if they were caught red-handed in a lie.
You were in on it too?
Trunks figured you'd ask me to sense their power levels after they faked their deaths. All I had to do was say no and look as devastated as I possibly could. Apparently, I'm a really good actor.
You arrogant child, how dare you? I mourned you. I was grieving. I thought I had lost you for good. It was the single worst pain I'd ever felt.
But then, Bardock put Goku back down and ended up rubbing through his son's hair instead.
But at the same time, it's exactly what I needed. I'm gonna beat the hell out of you when I'm through with King Cold over here. Hell, I might even ground you. But I really do appreciate everything that you've done. This power, it feels absolutely incredible.
But as the Bardock family continued their banter, unbeknownst to them, King Cold had reached for the remote he hid underneath the sleeve of his skin. A remote that had only survived Bardock's attacks because it was protected inside of King Cold's aura, which shielded it like bulletproof. But he'd only barely managed to slither a couple of inches before Bardock and the gang approached him.
Please, just let me go. You see, your family is alive. Your loved ones are spared. There is no reason to kill me.
You've got to be kidding me, you loser. You really think we're gonna just let you up and leave after everything you've put us through today? Just so you can come back and try to hurt us again.
However, when glaring at King Cold, a part of Bardock no longer saw an enemy or existential threat that needed to be vanquished. Instead, that part of Bardock had seen an opportunity to become stronger. It was almost as if the man was looking at King Cold through his youngest son's eyes. Bardock sucked his teeth, wondering if Goku had already made him softer. However, Bardock's ruthlessness had taken over, and before his son's kindness could infect him anymore,
Sorry, son. You really have taught me that sparing my enemies could be a good thing. But the Cold family is too much of a threat. Every last one of them needs to go.
Goku felt conflicted by his father's decision. The other Saiyans in the crowd joined the celebration, cheering perhaps even louder than they did when Goku destroyed Frieza a year ago. With King Cold dead, the shadow of Cold and his family were no longer overlooking the galaxy, or so they thought. Afterwards, Pan, Goku, and Trunks had decided to spend an extra 3 weeks on planet Vegeta during these times of peace, as if they were on vacation, if only to spend a little more quality time before the three embarked on their epic quest to Earth. Goku had also wanted to train and spar a little bit more with his family before his departure, since there was a good chance he might never see them again. When the day came for Goku and the gang to leave, Guinea had presented the three their old Earthling clothes again.
Wow, thanks, Grandma. I didn't know you still kept these things around.
Bardock and Raditz kept stern faces, but Guinea couldn't help but tear up as she hugged the three youths. The year she spent with her descendants and Trunks felt like an eternity.
I'm gonna miss you three so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for changing everything. I just wish I'd be able to see all of you one more time in the future.
Well, maybe you will. If we find a way back, don't forget, you still have the Goku here you guys gotta look after. To be honest, he's more of your kid than I am. But I would like you guys to do one thing with that Goku after we leave here.
And what's that, son?
Still send him to Earth.
Why would we do that when we can raise him here, on our own? I don't want our Kakarot to grow up without his parents the way you did.
He doesn't have to grow up without you guys. You're both alive in this timeline. Remember, if you send him to Earth, you'll be able to visit him whenever you want. But the thing is, I met a lot of great people on that planet, and every single one of those people made me who and what I am today. I don't want your Goku to be robbed of those experiences. I'm sure things might be a little different this time around. There are some people this Goku is supposed to meet, they might meet later or earlier, but I feel it in my gut that Earth is where that kid needs to go, more than anything.
Bardock and Guinea both exchanged telling glances. Then, reluctantly, they agreed.
Why don't you guys take baby Kakarot with you then? It'll be better than him flying through the far reaches of space alone. We trust you with him.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That way I could just take him to Grandpa Gohan myself. And, to be honest, I can't wait to see my grandpa again after all these years.
Goku was getting emotional at the thought of being reunited with his grandfather again, a thought that hadn't crossed his mind until the opportunity presented itself. The young Saiyan was even tearing up at the thought.
Look, if you guys are going to take baby Kakarot there, at least make sure he keeps this. This will allow us to communicate with him when he comes of age and eventually starts wondering about us. I want to be in his life no matter what this time.
Of course, sure thing. You have our word.
Kakarot, before you go, I was hoping you could do me a favor. You've said before that being a Super Saiyan wasn't the true limits of your power, implying that you reached levels of strength beyond even that. That's something I don't even think is possible. I mean, what can be stronger than a Super Saiyan?
You want me to give you a demonstration of my true power, don't you?
But before Goku could even begin giving Bardock what he asked for, his granddaughter Pan was concerned that showing their grandparents there were forms higher than a Super Saiyan might have made them even greater threats towards the universe.
Grandpa, are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, I still think it's pretty dangerous turning Grandpa Bardock into a Super Saiyan after the way he treated King Cold and his crew. Showing them that they can get even stronger than that might just make them even more bloodthirsty, even more power hungry.
I mean, sure, that's a possibility, but we gotta have faith in our family to do the right thing, Pan. I think Dad deep down meant it when he said he's gonna be a good person, and showing him that they can get even stronger than a Super Saiyan might even help them with future threats. If Majin Buu shows up in this timeline, or maybe even Cell, there might be a whole army of people as strong as I am who can handle them.
However, nothing Goku had told Pan reassured the Saiyan prodigy that the Saiyans would truly turn over a new leaf in the end. With that, Goku faced his family and powered up more than the Bardock family had ever seen. Buildings across planet Vegeta had shattered and clouds dispersed in fear as Goku started transforming. First, Bardock and Guinea saw that he turned into a Super Saiyan, but this Super Saiyan form was slightly different. Goku's hair was slightly longer, thicker, and blue lightning crackled around the child's gold aura as if he was made out of electricity. Watching this, it was the first time Raditz had ever been truly terrified of his brother. Then Goku went even higher, screaming so loud that his voices felt as though they were making everyone's ears bleed. Gine could sense Goku's power increasing dramatically to levels that were, quite frankly, incomprehensible. Raditz was so frightened that he actually hid behind his mother's leg like a scared kitten. For a moment, Bardock wasn't even sure he was looking at his son anymore, and braced himself.
This is surreal. How is this possible? How can he control this amount of power without going insane?
This is a Super Saiyan 3, a mutated form of the Super Saiyan. As far as I know for now, there isn't a Super Saiyan transformation stronger than this form. Of course, that won't stop me from trying to reach a higher level. If you want to get a glimpse of how strong I can be, this is it. To be honest, I don't know if you guys will be able to get to that level. It took me my whole lifetime and some crazy circumstances to get to Super Saiyan 3. But hey, it gives you guys something to work towards.
However, the Bardock family just stood there, gawking at Goku in complete awe and wonder.
I thought the Super Saiyan transformation was the pinnacle of Saiyan power. But seeing what my son is capable of is beyond anything even the Super Saiyan prophecy said was possible. And although I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get stronger, I just can't imagine becoming as strong as my son is. There's just no way.
Eventually, with baby Goku in their care, Goku, Pan, and Trunks had decided to depart planet Vegeta and head to Earth like they planned, hoping and praying that the Dragon Balls would have contained the information they needed to return to their timeline.
Stop pulling on my damn bandana! Why are you such a brat?
Sorry, Pan. Apparently, I was a little feisty before I hit my head as a baby. I'm not sure if past me will end up hitting his head in this timeline, though. If that doesn't happen, will he even grow up to be a good person?
Oh, no need to worry about that, Grandpa. I'm about to hit this little crap bucket in the head myself to set him straight. Ow!
However, what Goku and the Bardock family didn't realize was that there were several developments occurring at the same time that none of them had accounted for. Development 1. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly was born at the same time their son was, and Goku's cries had already done irreparable damage to the young boy's psyche. Development 2. King Cold's oldest son, Cooler, was told about his father's death and was already contemplating avenging his family, even though he'd been estranged from the Cold family since the days of his youth. And Development 3, which was possibly the most important development, King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta had already been on Earth for almost 2 years, and the GT crew had no idea how much had changed on their homeworld after the Vegetas made it their new home. Bulma and Dr. Briefs, who were slaving away in a laboratory, building new training equipment for the Vegetas to use, saw a spacecraft heading towards the planet at a steady speed on a monitor's radars.
Listen, since I'm on watch duty, I need to tell the Vegetas that there's a spaceship heading to Earth. So will one of you morons escort me to the Saiyans so I can tell them what they need to know?
Meanwhile, Prince Vegeta was in the palace's backyard, helping train his father, who was still having trouble accessing the Super Saiyan transformation. King Vegeta lacked the motivation he needed to reach the form. He was so proud of his own son's power that his pride stopped him from feeling the desperation and rage often required to unlock his potential. But as Prince Vegeta helped his father stand back on his feet, one of their soldiers had escorted Bulma to their whereabouts.
My lords, Dr. Bulma needs to brief you on something.
There is an advanced spaceship heading towards Earth, and it should be here in about 45 minutes from my estimates. I tracked the spaceship's trajectory, and it's landing close to the Khan Rivers, which is 442 miles south from here.
Bulma's announcement was exactly the kind of statement the Vegetas were waiting for.
It has to be them, yes?
I'd say it's very likely. I've waited too long for this day, Kakarot. I'll see you bow before your prince. Take the girl back to her cell and make sure she continues working. If things go my way, which I'm sure they will, my father and I will return within a few hours.
With that, Bulma watched in anger as her captors flew off into the sky with white auras flaring around them. At the same time, the GT crew, who were all unaware of what they were getting themselves into, were preparing to return to their homeworld. And while Goku was playing with his past self, Trunks was playing with the sword he took with him from planet Vegeta. as a souvenir.
I don't know why you decided to bring that thing. You know you can shoot energy blasts from your hands, right? What good is a sword going to do?
I don't know. It's just really comforting having it on me. Plus, I wanted to bring home something from our trip as a memento. I can't wait to show this to Mom and Dad.
Assuming we'll be able to get back to the future like we want to.
But as the spaceship finally made it through the planet's atmosphere, diving into the rich blue skies that surrounded the Earth, the GT crew felt a particularly large and somewhat familiar power level, seemingly sitting in the same spot the spaceship was about to land in. Even baby Goku, who couldn't sense power levels, went quiet when seeing the GT crew's faces turn cold.
What is that? Who is that? Could there be anyone on this planet with a power level that high? Especially in this time period?
No way! At least not that I know of.
Well, whoever that is, we're gonna meet them soon. And I think they're waiting for us.
Indeed, King and Prince Vegeta stood in the middle of the Khan region, where the Khan River flowed elegantly behind them. They watched with delighted smirks on their faces as the giant space pod began descending from the sky and onto the ground in front of them, as if the space pod was being delivered to them, as if they were summoning it.
This must be the same space pod those three brats used when they first came to planet Vegeta. And after we take care of the three of them, it's the space pod we're gonna use to return to planet Vegeta and take back what's ours.
When the GT crew emerged, the three of them couldn't believe their eyes. So much so they thought they were hallucinating, dreaming, or had just outright lost their collective minds. Goku, in particular, was so shocked that he almost dropped his past self. And it wasn't just the king and the prince being on planet Earth that unnerved him. It was that Prince Vegeta, who was a mere child when Goku last saw him, was a grown man. His body wasn't the only thing that had grown either. His power had risen considerably.
Guys, tell me I'm not seeing things. Tell me you see what I'm seeing.
I was about to say the same thing to you. Goku, this is a dream, right? Or did we fly through another weird wormhole and not know it?
However, Goku was too flustered to speak, and only managed to break out of his shock when Prince Vegeta let out a terrifying laugh that seemed to fill the entire planet.
Seeing the look on your faces alone was worth the time it took to come here. I imagine I must have had the same look on my face when I first laid my eyes on you three clowns.
Vegeta, how? What are you doing here? How are you like this?
Is it really that difficult to figure out? Don't strain your mind, Kakarot. I don't want you hurting yourself before I get the chance to. After you forced me and my father go into exile, where did you idiots think we'd travel to next? When you told us about Earth, my father correctly realized that this planet, as primitive and weak as its inhabitants are, must contain secrets that allowed you three to become as powerful as you are. So, we decided to make your home our home. It took us no time to conquer the inhabitants of this planet and turn them into our slaves and accept their rightful place under my feet. Which is where you, Kakarot, also belong.
I also want you to know that, for fun, during my stay here, I would murder about 500 Earthlings one Sunday of every month, just because I suspected doing so would cause you an incredible amount of pain, Kakarot. I can show you where I stack their corpses if you'd like, so you can pay your respects, right before you join them in the afterlife.
If the purpose was to get under Goku's skin, Prince Vegeta had surely accomplished that.
I can't believe this is the same man my mom married. You explained how you got here, but you didn't explain how you turned into what you are now. You've only been on this planet for 2 years. That's not enough time for you to grow into a full-sized man.
However, Goku put the pieces together almost instantaneously.
I see. He used the Dragon Balls.
What? How could you possibly know that?
It's one of only 2 explanations how he could get that big in such a short amount of time. He's been on Earth for 2 years, so I guess it makes sense that he'd be able to find out about the balls in that amount of time. My only question is how he found out about Shenron and why he'd want to become an adult in the first place.
Well now, you don't expect me to share with you all of my secrets, do you, Kakarot? Besides, I'm tired of talking. I'm here for one reason, and for one reason only, and that's to kill you.
Pan, listen to me. I want you to take baby me and fly over to Master Roshi's place. I'm assuming you know where that is, right?
Yeah, I know where that is, but Grandpa, I'd rather be here, helping you fight these guys. Why do I have to be the one to play daycare? I can sense Vegeta's power, and sure, he's gotten stronger, but I'm still sure I can take him.
Because, Pan, something tells me that what we're sensing right now is only scratching the surface of his power. Plus, I need someone to take baby me out of here so that he doesn't get hurt. Me and Trunks can handle ourselves. If you really want to join the fight, you can just drop baby me off and come right back. But I'm gonna need you to go. Now, Pan, this is not up for debate.
Pan briefly froze. She had never seen her grandfather so stern, serious, and focused before. Reluctantly, Pan took baby Goku.
Fine, but I'm coming right back after I drop the little guy off at Master Roshi's.
However, King and Prince Vegeta quickly set their sights on Pan as soon as she was handed baby Goku. The older Goku noticed the Vegeta's attentions waver and had told them,
She's just dropping baby me off somewhere else. Your fight is with me. Let them go.
Oh, don't worry, Kakarot. She can go anywhere on this planet. She won't be able to run from me. I want you to know that after I kill you, my father and I will find your granddaughter and kill her slowly, painfully. It's what she deserves for being the one to initiate the coup in the first place.
With that, Pan's white aura flared before she took off with baby Goku, as the Vegetas watched the young girl without losing their smiles.
So, I see you decided to bring this timeline's Kakarot, the real Kakarot, to this planet. An excellent idea. I'll raise him to be a fine slave.
Trunks, let me fight him alone, okay? I've been itching for a real fight ever since I beat Majin Buu. And it looks like this version of your dad might actually be full of surprises. I can't wait to see what he can do.
A one-on-one battle sounds perfect for me. Father, do you mind?
Be my guest, son. However, before you two begin, there is one offer I would like to make. Trunks, my grandson. Today the Goku and Pan that you know will die, and there is nothing you or anyone else can do to stop this. But that doesn't mean I want to see you die as well. Although I am still ashamed of you, and although I am still beyond upset with your treachery, I still recognize that you are the way you are because you've spent decades being indoctrinated into the culture of this worthless civilization. I seek to undo what these Earthlings have done to you. Now that my son has achieved the Super Saiyan of legend, eventually, sooner rather than later, I will step down as king of the Saiyan race, and my son will assume that mantle. As a result, you, Trunks, are designated by birth to be the new Prince of Saiyans. It is your birthright, your destiny. So I ask you, as a grandfather to his grandson, disavow your allegiance with these Earth Saiyans and join me and your father as the new rulers of the galaxy. If you accept this offer, you will be forgiven.
I can't believe you had the nerve to seriously ask me that. I would rather die than to join you guys, Grandpa. As far as I'm concerned, you two aren't my family at all. This Vegeta is just a bad copy of my real father.
King Vegeta couldn't help but to feel a pang of sadness and pity over Trunks' decision.
So be it.
Very well then, boy. You don't want to join your father and grandfather? You can share the same fate as these fools. Now, Kakarot, let me show you what I've learned while you've been away.
With that, Goku felt Prince Vegeta's power skyrocket, and the clouds dispersed, and the ground beneath them cracked, as the prince was tapping into reserves of strength that surprised even Goku. Goku recognized the key Vegeta was accessing all too well.
It can't be! How'd he get so powerful so quickly?
At last, I am the Prince of all Saiyans once again.
Trunks' jaw dropped to the same place that his stomach did. Prince Vegeta's power was so massive that even Pan could feel it when she was several miles away. It was a power that made Pan instinctively stop flying and look over to the battlefield in both awe and terror.
No way. Is that Vegeta?
I will never get used to seeing my son do this. This is absolutely incredible.
What's wrong, Kakarot? Didn't think I'd be able to achieve this level of power so quickly. Your mistake was showing me that this transformation existed at all beyond mythic tales. After I saw it from my own eyes with the help of my father, it took me no time at all to acquire this strength.
But then, Goku smirked, and that smirk was the last thing the prince wanted to see.
I admit, this was pretty impressive at first, but your Super Saiyan form is still rough around the edges. It's unrefined, raw. It feels like it controls you instead of the other way around. I can tell just by how long it takes you to power up to transform.
Then, Goku accessed his Super Saiyan form within a blink of an eye, doing so without causing the planet to shake or the skies to tremble, showing off how much he controlled and tamed his powers.
You think like the old Vegeta did. You think that raw power is the only thing that matters, and technique is just a second priority. Technique and raw power need to be balanced, without one overruling the other. Of course, you wouldn't know that because you didn't go through what my Vegeta did in my timeline.
Shut up! Don't you dare talk down to me! You're obviously trying to get in my head, Kakarot, but it's not going to work. I'm the one who's in your head. I'm the one with the upper hand, and you just don't realize it yet!
With that, Vegeta went on the attack. To Trunks and King Vegeta, it looked as though the Prince and Goku were on equal footing, exchanging blows as if they were each fighting their own reflection. However, what Vegeta didn't realize was that Goku was only using a portion of his power and was holding back a good deal of his strength to gauge how much his rival had improved. Desperate to put Goku down for good, Vegeta powered up to as high as his Super Saiyan transformation would allow.
Gallic Gun!
When Vegeta's Gallic Gun sent Goku into the water, Vegeta celebrated prematurely, assuming that the Gallic Gun was enough to obliterate the low-class Saiyan for good. But of course, since this version of Vegeta didn't know how to sense power levels, he didn't know that Goku was simply enjoying a nice little swim before Goku slowly emerged from Kan River. With only slight marks on his body, the young boy looking as though he'd gotten into a slight scuffle with a kitten.
What? No way! I put practically all of my Super Saiyan energy into that blast!
Pretty good. That was pretty good. Now it's my turn.
Then, Goku went on the offensive, striking Vegeta with several punches and kicks which seemed too fast for normal eyes to see, before sending the Prince of all Saiyans careening into the ground. Then Goku showered Prince Vegeta with a barrage of energy blasts that had the entire planet trembling. Goku held back just enough in that attack to make sure Vegeta could still survive. But surely, at least Goku thought, Vegeta would have been badly injured from the assault.
Don't make me go all out. I'm not your enemy. I'm your... Huh?
However, as the smoke and debris began to clear, Goku started noticing something peculiar.
What in the world? I felt Vegeta's power go down a lot for, like, a couple of seconds, then it shot right back up again as if nothing had ever happened to him. What's going on?
Then, Prince Vegeta emerged from the rubble and smoke without so much as a scratch on him. The way he was smirking, one would have thought all Goku's attacks did was tickle the Saiyan Prince.
How can that be? Goku, it looks like your attacks had no effect on him.
But Goku had thought to himself,
No, Trunks is wrong. My attacks did work. He had a bunch of wounds all over him a couple of seconds ago. Plus, I sensed his energy fading too, before it shot back up again. This doesn't make any sense.
Then, it clicked for Goku.
Of course! The Vegetas knew about the Dragon Balls for 2 years. That means they could have made 2 wishes. One to make Vegeta an adult, and another to... What? Change their bodies? When Vegeta was on Namek all those years ago, I think Krillin once told me he wanted to wish for immortality. So, could that have been what this Vegeta did? Is he immortal?
You know, Kakarot, I've never been angrier in my life than I am right now. I finally achieved the Super Saiyan form, my life's purpose, only for your Super Saiyan form to upstage mine in every way. It feels as though the gods are looking down on me, really.
If you're so upset about it, then why are you smiling?
Because, you low-class dog. I suspected you would be this powerful, so I prepared for this. I prepared for this by achieving a power beyond a Super Saiyan.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Vegeta, but that's nothing new to me. You actually think that's something I would have never considered doing myself?
Oh, I'm sure you have. It doesn't surprise me that you found a way to surpass a Super Saiyan. But without your tail, there's only so much you can do, and only so high you can go.
Without my tail? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything?
I'll show you.
Do it, son. Show him the true power of the Saiyan. Make him regret the day he called Earth his home.
Then, Vegeta started powering up again. But this time, Goku sensed a different kind of energy emanating from his arch-rival's body, and his ki was rising both substantially and exponentially.
What kind of power is this?
Once again, Pan stopped when feeling the effects of Prince Vegeta's otherworldly power.
What the? Is that Vegeta? That can't be. I've never felt anything like this.
Then, a blinding light burst from Prince Vegeta's body, and when it faded, both Goku and Trunks were laying eyes on a form they had never seen, and quite frankly, never would have guessed existed. Goku felt as though Prince Vegeta practically looked demonic in that form.
You see, Kakarot, by sacrificing your tail to, I assume, become more like these Earthlings, you also unknowingly sacrificed the ultimate power of your species. Standing before you is the true Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan of legend, a form that makes both you and your transformations obsolete. I was contemplating calling this form Super Saiyan Wrath, since I only discovered it because of the unrelenting rage I feel towards you, boy.
What kind of transformation is this? Goku, can you do that?
Honestly, no. I never even knew a form like this existed.
Then, Goku thought to himself,
But how could he have gotten it? Especially when his Super Saiyan form is nowhere near as strong as mine. Wait, of course, the tails. Clearly the tails have something to do with this. I have to admit, the transformation's pretty impressive. I don't think I can handle him using just Super Saiyan 2. Based on the ki that I'm feeling, Super Saiyan 3 should be enough to take him down. But how the hell am I supposed to put down for good someone who might have an immortal body? And why am I so excited about this when the odds are so clearly stacked against me? Well, congrats, Vegeta! You actually found a Super Saiyan transformation that I didn't get to first. But I can tell you're, what did you call it? A Super Saiyan Wrath? Whatever it is, it should be a lot stronger. It feels like it's missing something. Probably because you took a shortcut to get it.
Arrogance doesn't look good on a low-class dog like you. It doesn't matter how I achieved this form. All that matters is that it's strong enough to defeat you.
Sure it is.
Goku powered up until Vegeta watched his hair grow as long as his body and his eyebrows completely disappear. The Earth trembled and panicked the same way that it did when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, if only because, in his child body, Goku didn't have the same kind of control over his Super Saiyan 3 power like his adult body did, so he couldn't transform without causing some damage to the planet. King Vegeta couldn't help but back away, his heart pounding out of his chest.
What? What is he doing? This feels like my son's Super Saiyan Wrath form. Does this brat have access to it as well? Wait, no. This is something different.
Finally, when Goku unleashed his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, both King and Prince Vegeta felt like they were choking on their tongues. It was yet another instance where Goku wiped the confident smirk off of Vegeta's face. The Vegeta suspected that Goku was much stronger than they thought when they first met him. But now, they realized Goku was far stronger than they could have possibly imagined.
What? What is the meaning of this? What kind of form is that? You dare accuse my son of taking shortcuts when there's no way a low-class scum like you could have achieved a power like this on your own. I'm certain that you must have used the Dragon Balls just like us to modify your body.
I'm sure you'd like to believe that, but I wouldn't have been able to look at myself in the mirror if I used the Dragon Balls to become a Super Saiyan 3. I got here through my hard work alone. Can you say the same, Vegeta?
A Super Saiyan 3!
Vegeta scoffed.
Now, let's go.
With that, Vegeta and Goku clashed. The Earth quaked even harder as Goku and Vegeta had traded millions of blows in under a fraction of a minute. Even from all the way where she was, Pan struggled to hold on to baby Goku while feeling the intensity of the two sane rivals clash. Initially, Goku realized that his theory was right. Because Vegeta wasn't nearly as strong in his Super Saiyan form as Goku was, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 was slightly weaker than Goku's Super Saiyan 3, so Goku was able to hit Vegeta with more punches and kicks than Vegeta was able to hit him with. However, the issue was, because of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 durability, Goku couldn't knock him unconscious. And because of Vegeta's immortal body, all of the fatal wounds Goku kept giving Vegeta were healing almost automatically and instantaneously. Additionally, since Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 wasn't that much weaker than Goku's Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta was able to keep up with Goku to a certain extent, tagging Goku enough times for the young boy's clothes to tear and his skin to rip and his mouth and eyes to bruise. Goku's injuries became noticeable enough that Trunks started feeling Goku's ki wane, while Vegeta's stayed the same, which prompted Trunks to ask himself,
No, is Goku actually losing?
Midway through his battle, Goku realized why he was truly losing the fight with Vegeta. It wasn't even because of Vegeta's immortal body per se. It was his stamina. He discovered, possibly too late, that his child body simply didn't have the stamina or development necessary to maintain Super Saiyan 3 for long. Meanwhile, Goku noticed Vegeta's new Super Saiyan form had much better stamina and ki maintenance than Goku's Super Saiyan 3 did. Now even further away, Pan had stopped flying when she sensed her grandfather's energy waning.
No. Is that my grandpa? There's no way. I feel his energy slipping. But there's no way he can be losing to Vegeta. How could that brat have gotten that much stronger in 2 years just by wishing to become an adult? I can't leave my grandpa like this. I'm still about 40 minutes away from Master Roshi's, and Grandpa needs my help now. Sorry, baby grandpa, but I gotta go back there and help the future you out. Maybe I'll hide you inside the spaceship or something.
I strongly advise against doing that, young lady. If you go there, you'll only be getting yourself and that child killed. And all of you are this planet's last hope.
Huh? What the hell is going on? I gotta be hearing things.
No, my child, you are not. I'm communicating with you telepathically. My name is Kami. I am the guardian of the Earth.
What? Guardian of the Earth? Like Dende?
I do not know who this Dendi is that you speak of. Listen, I apologize. I would have contacted you earlier, but I wasn't certain if you three were friends or enemies. But after observing you and your comrades on my lookout, I've ascertained that you three are here to protect this planet. And right now, you may be the only ones who can.
Well, I guess that makes sense. But I'm sorry, Mr. Guardian, sir. My grandpa needs my help. I can feel his life force slipping. I can't just abandon him.
My child, as I've told you, if you go to that battlefield to assist your grandfather, you will die. Although I can see that this Goku person is stronger than the Vegetas have acquired unnatural abilities that have given them a distinct advantage over him. But I can help him, and you. All I need you to do is follow my directions, and all three of you will live to see another day.
Reluctantly, begrudgingly, Pan went against her instincts to save her grandfather and decided to listen to the mysterious voice in her head.
Fine. What do you want me to do?
For now, I would like you to bring that boy to the lookout. When you arrive, stand by and await for further instructions. As you journey here, I will telepathically help Goku and Trunks handle the Vegetas. Trust me, Pan.
Crap. Fine.
And Pan, no matter what, I'm going to need you to continue flying over here, no matter what it is that you feel from your grandfather.
Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all.
Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku was at his wit's end with what to do with Vegeta. Vegeta was still standing, and thanks to his immortal body, free from injuries, and so fresh, it looked like he'd just gotten out of the shower.
Yes, son. Marvelous. Finish him off. Cement yourself as the most powerful Saiyan in not only the universe, but in all of history. Cement the Vegetas as the most dominant royal family of all time.
Okay, this is bad. Everything hurts, and I'm about seconds away from losing Super Saiyan 3. I can't kill him, and it looks like I can't hurt him bad either, because he heals right up.
Goku had decided that if he couldn't kill Vegeta, he might at least have been able to knock him unconscious. But even if he could do that, Goku knew, from experience, that Vegeta was one of the most durable fighters he'd ever come across. So if he had any hope of knocking Vegeta out cold, he was going to have to put it all into one final attack.
What's wrong, Kakarot? Are you taking a moment to say your prayers? I'll tell you what. If you bow before me, I may consider letting you live.
Here it goes.
With that,
Oh no, Goku's going all out. But I can tell he doesn't have enough in the tank. And if he doesn't hit this, it's all over. I gotta help him. Let's see. I learned on planet Vegeta that when I cut off the tails of great apes, they turn back to regular Saiyans. So maybe, if I cut off my father's tail, he'll revert back into just a Super Saiyan. But would that even matter? Yeah, there might be a good chance I'm stronger than this Vegeta as a regular Super Saiyan. He just learned how to transform after all. But the way this guy heals, it's like he's invincible or something. How am I supposed to stop that? Ah, screw it. I'm going in.
No, Trunks, stop. If you interfere, I'm sure Vegeta will simply murder you too.
What the hell? Who's talking to me?
I am Kami, Guardian of the Earth. I am communicating with you telepathically.
Guardian of the Earth? You mean like Dende? I never knew there was another one.
Your friend Pan told me the same thing. Listen, young man, I can tell exactly what's going to happen. The child you call Goku will not be able to utilize his attack. In that moment, I fear it will be the end for him. But there is something you can do to prevent both his and your deaths. This plan of mine is not guaranteed to work, and I know you will not like it. But right now, if it works and you do everything I tell you to do, my plan will surely buy you all some much-needed time.
What do you want me to do? Let me guess. Give Goku my energy?
as Trunks had his secret conversation with Kami, Goku tried to fire his energy blast. However, Kami was right. Before the blast could come out of his hands, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form completely gave out.
No, not now. Not now. Damn it. I thought I had way more energy than this. If I had my original body, I'd at least have a better shot at beating this guy.
Vegeta cackled as he sauntered over to Goku, who at this point was far too tired to move. He delivered a hard punch to Goku's jaw that sent the young boy sliding across the ground and inches away from Khan River. To Vegeta's surprise and disappointment, Goku was still conscious. And not only that, but somehow, Goku summoned just enough strength to stand, despite his body being heavy and bruised and bleeding all over. Goku lifted his head up and barely able to see. He smiled at Vegeta. It was a smile that upset Vegeta beyond belief. A smile that still made it feel as though Goku had the upper hand.
Enough games, Kakarot. I'm sick of looking at your face.
Wait, Dad! I changed my mind. After seeing how strong you are, I realize now that there's nothing I can do to stop you. I'd be a fool to do that. You're the strongest Saiyan in the universe. The strongest Saiyan who's ever lived. So please, Dad, let me join you and Grandpa to rule over the universe. I don't want to die. I'm too young. I still have a lot to live for. I don't want to waste my life or my royal bloodline by sacrificing myself for Goku of all people.
Huh. This could easily be a ploy to save your own life. Who are you trying to fool, kid?
I mean, it is a ploy to save my life. I'm not denying that. But that doesn't mean I'm making this up. Please, let me prove my loyalty to you two.
And how will you do that?
Trunks had to pause a long time before he uttered these next words. He took a deep breath.
let me be the one to kill Goku, to deliver that final blow.
You're serious?
A tempting offer, but killing Kakarot is a pleasure that I, alone, want to experience. You'll have to prove your loyalty another way.
With all due respect, Dad, look at Goku's face. He's still smiling. And if you finish him off, all you'll see is him smiling back at you. It's a face you'll see even after he dies. A face that'll haunt you. Goku's not afraid of death. Believe it or not, he's died plenty of times before. Hell, he was dead when I first met him! But to be killed by someone like me, who's not only a friend of his, but damn near a family member, he's like a second father to me. That's gonna hurt him. That's gonna give Goku the look that you want to see from him. I'm the only one here who can really hit him where it hurts.
Prince Vegeta paused to look at Goku's face. His future son was right. Goku had already looked legitimately distraught by what Trunks was doing.
Trunks, what are you doing? Is this some kind of joke? This isn't you.
I see what you mean. What a pragmatic, innovative mind you have there, son. I'm assuming you must have gotten that from my side of the family. Very well then, I'll step back, kill him for me, and prove your loyalty to your true family once and for all.
Goku was trembling when Trunks slowly walked over to him.
Crap. Even if I was in less than half strength normally, I'd be able to take down Trunks no problem. But after that beating from Vegeta, and using up all of my stamina by going Super Saiyan 3, I can't even move a muscle. Trunks has me dead to rights.
I am so sorry about this, Goku. But I don't have a choice! I didn't have a choice.
Meanwhile, baby Goku cried even harder in Pan's hands, as if even he felt the predicament that his future counterpart was in. Pan teared up as well. She too felt Goku's life key disappear almost in an instant. But she took Kami's advice, kept flying, and didn't look back. No matter what, she never looked back.
That was great work, grandson. I'm so proud of you. Consider this your first step to becoming a true Saiyan, my boy. Now you have two real fathers who will teach you everything you need to know to become not only a real Saiyan, but a real man as well.
I agree. But even now, with Kakarot out of the picture, we have no time to rest or celebrate. We must reacquire my stolen kingdom. I assume, in the 2 years I was gone, Kakarot and his half-breed spawn did significant damage to the rules and customs of our planet.
Actually, Dad, you'd be right. The problem is, right before we left, Goku left his dad, Bardock, in charge of the planet.
What? That child was even dumber than I thought. My people would never follow a weakling like Bardock and his family. They only respect strength.
Well, the thing is, Goku trained Bardock for those whole 2 years, and he's way stronger now than you might think. He's even managed to become a Super Saiyan.
That's absurd. How could that commoner access a form that I'm still not able to?
I'm sorry. I know it's hard to accept, but it's the truth. I saw him transform with my own eyes. Thanks to Bardock's increase in strength, the Saiyans have no problem following him.
Well then, we're going to have to correct that immediately. How fast is that ship, Trunks? How long will it take us to get to planet Vegeta?
This is a pretty advanced spaceship, so it'll take us about 4 to 5 months to get there, depending on how fast I go.
And is there already a decent amount of food on that ship?
Sure is.
That settles it then. We're going to planet Vegeta immediately.
Right now?
Right now. I'd use the Dragon Balls to tell Shenron to teleport us there, but we already used the Dragon Balls about 6 months ago to turn me into an adult, and I'm not waiting that long to reclaim my planet. Father, you stay here and rule the planet in my absence.
Nonsense. I'm coming with you. I'm not going to miss out on the opportunity to watch you kill that low-class rat Bardock and his family. Besides, after we take back our stolen kingdom, I will send a population of Saiyans here. This planet's vast resources and light gravity will make it a suitable second home for our people. I will rename this planet New Vegeta, and Trunks, my grandson, it is a planet you will rule over. It's only fitting and ironic that you end up lording over the same planet that tried to turn you into such a soft-hearted fool.
I don't know what to say, Grandpa. Thank you.
Of course that brat, Pan, is also flying out there, and she might pose the biggest risk of them all. But if Kakarot couldn't stop me, surely his weaker granddaughter would be nothing against me.
Trunks, Prince, and King Vegeta boarded the spaceship Trunks had just come to Earth in. Then Trunks reluctantly set a course for planet Vegeta. When the coast was clear, it was time to get to work.
Okay, Mr. Popo, they're gone. Go to him now, and hurry. He doesn't have a lot of time.
Then, while standing on his magical carpet,
Oh no!
Mr. Popo?
when he saw Mr. Popo staring at him up close, he hugged the man out of instinct. He had never been happier to see Kami's assistant.
Holy crap, Mr. Popo! You saved me! You guys must have been checking up on me on the lookout. I know I must be a complete stranger to you, but I come from a time where you're one of my best friends.
Mr. Popo did a double take. Of course, neither he nor Kami knew at this time that Goku and his team were truly from the future.
I can't believe Trunks did that to me, but I know he wouldn't have done that without a good reason.
And you'd be right, Goku. Firstly, I'd like to apologize on Kami's behalf for what happened. While you were fighting Prince Vegeta, Kami telepathically spoke to the young man you called Trunks. Kami knew that if Trunks interfered in the fight like he wanted to, Vegeta would have killed him. The Guardian of the Earth saw that the Vegetas had a sense of fondness for the young man, and heard them refer to Trunks as son and grandson. So Kami suspected that Trunks would have been able to get the Vegetas on his side if he played his cards right.
So Trunks basically did all that because he knew that if the Vegetas killed me, they'd make sure I was dead. But at least if he stabbed me in a certain way, I'd actually have a fighting chance. Gosh, that explanation made my head hurt more than Vegeta did.
However, ironically, knowing that he was alive didn't bring Goku the peace and relief it should have. As far as he was concerned, being alive was useless because with Prince Vegeta and, presumably his father, being immortal, there was little he could do to stop either of them, especially in his kid form. So then, Goku began to brainstorm. And then, that brainstorm led to a potential solution.
Where are the Vegetas and Trunks now?
Mr. Popo then went on to tell Goku that it was going to take the Vegeta family about 4 to 5 months to make it back to their homeworld. It was the first bit of good news Goku had gotten since arriving on Earth.
That's plenty of time. Hey, can you take me back to the lookout? I got something I want to talk to Kami about. And I also want him to fill me in on everything that's been happening since the Vegetas came here.
Mr. Popo had no reason to object. Goku boarded Mr. Popo's magical carpet, and the two vanished. Meanwhile, a still distraught Pan flew as fast as possible to Kami's lookout with baby Goku in her hands. Her plan was to head to Kami's lookout, drop baby Goku off, then go back to the battlefield to check on her grandfather. However, when she reached Kami's lookout, she was surprised that the first thing she saw was her grandfather, alive and well, sitting in the center of the lookout as if he was meditating, his back turned to her. Goku had already reunited with the Guardian of the Earth, who filled him in on all the grisly details that transpired on Earth while he was away.
Young lady.
Pan was startled by the old man's voice before she turned around and saw a man who looked like an ancient version of Piccolo staring back at her.
That voice. You're the guy who invaded my brain. The one I was speaking to on my way to Master Roshi's. You're Kami.
I am. And you're the child's granddaughter, Pan. Goku told me a lot about you and your situation, including that you three aren't from this timeline at all. Rather, you're from the future.
I can take that baby from you. You've been through enough.
Whoops, he's a wild one, isn't he?
What's going on? What's my grandpa doing over there by himself? Where's Trunks?
Kami had told Pan what he had Trunks do to save Goku's life, a decision that both shocked and appalled her. Although she was furious at Trunks for taking such a risk, she was equally as grateful for his performance. Then, Kami explained that Goku was in the process of mourning. Pan learned that the Guardian of Earth had told Goku the Vegetas killed Master Roshi, his grandpa Gohan, Tien, and Chaozu, which put Goku in a particularly bad mood.
No wonder he looks so bummed out. So, wait a minute. You mean to tell me you were here for 2 years and you watched the Saiyans wreak all kinds of havoc and you did nothing to stop them?
The Earth needs a guardian. The Saiyans' power far exceeds my own. If I had interfered, there was nothing I could have done to stop them.
I just figured since you look so much like Uncle Piccolo, you must have been as strong as him too. Then you would have had no problem handling the Vegetas. You must be Piccolo's dad or something, right?
I'm sorry, young lady, but did you just refer to my evil half? A man who tried to take over the world and killed countless innocent people until he was sealed away in an eternal prison? Your uncle?
Oops!
Pan, clearly realizing at the last second she made a grave miscalculation somewhere and missed something, realized that she said too much too soon.
Forget what I said. I'm just rambling. I'm gonna see how my grandpa's doing. Grandpa? Are you okay? Grandpa? Grandpa, are you even awake?
Goku took a deep breath, then hid the pain and grief he was feeling behind a familiar smile, if only to give his granddaughter the comfort he knew that she needed during this particularly heinous ordeal.
Yeah, I'm fine. Clearly, hearing that my grandpa, my mentor, and some of my friends were killed by those guys wasn't exactly what I wanted to hear when I came here. But we still have the Dragon Balls, which will be back online in a couple of months from now. So if my plan works, and I think it will, we'll be able to wish them back and everyone else who the Vegetas killed. And hell, after I get my instant transmission back, maybe I can just teleport to Namek to use their Dragon Balls to bring everyone back, so we won't have to wait. Of course, this is only if my plan works.
Plan? What plan? How do you expect to take on an immortal cheesehead version of Vegeta? Especially one that, according to Kami, got a new Super Saiyan transformation, which I still can't believe.
Pan, in order to beat them, I'm gonna need a lot of time to train, and I'm gonna have to grow up. Literally.
Okay, and how are you gonna do that? The Dragon Balls aren't powerful enough to make you an adult again, right?
Pan, listen. I'm not gonna use the Dragon Balls to grow. I'm gonna use the Room of Spirit and Time. After some convincing, Kami's gonna let me train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 22 days, which is 22 years in there. By the time I get out of there, I'll be a grown man and stronger than ever. Strong enough to use my Super Saiyan 3, maybe even strong enough to go beyond.
I still think this is risky, Goku. If you know the Room of Spirit and Time, you know that if you stay there for more than 2 years, you'll be trapped inside there forever. You keep telling me that you'll be able to get out, but you refuse to say how.
Because you won't believe me if I tell you, so you'll just have to see for yourself. In the meantime, Pan, I'm gonna need you to stay here and train with Kami. He's gonna teach you how to use the evil containment wave, which apparently he kind of figured out how to do after watching Master Roshi teach Tien the technique. Now, for the last thing. Kami, I need you to do me a final favor. Can you use your magic to bring my tail back? You're the one who permanently removed my tail in the first place back in my timeline. So, I figured you might be able to bring it back too with that same magic.
I removed your tail, you say? Sure, let's give it a shot.
Then, Kami did. Although it took several hours, and it required Kami to use a significant amount of his divine ki.
Oh man, I can't believe it's back! Gosh, it feels weird having this thing on me after so long. I forgot what this felt like. Okay guys, I'm off. I'll see you all around next month.
Then, Goku finally entered the room of spirit and time. He stood in front of the door to bask in the silence, in the isolation, to reacquaint himself with a dimension that had altered both his life and his power so drastically. Then, he got to work. And so he did. As the years passed in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku's body was developing more and more, and his bones and muscles were growing enough to where it became easier and easier to maintain his more advanced Super Saiyan transformations. By the time 22 days had passed, Goku was supposed to leave the hyperbolic time chamber today, but Kami had his doubts that Goku would have been able to leave the sacred room.
He is gonna be able to get out of there, right?
I hope so.
However, as soon as Kami said that,
Hey guys! I made it!
both Kami and Pan's jaws dropped when they saw Goku in front of them. Except this time, he was a Goku in his fully grown body.
Grandpa, you made it back! I knew you would! And geez, I forgot how tall you were. It's gonna feel weird actually looking up at you again.
Young man, tell me, how did you do that? How did you just escape the inescapable room of spirit and time?
Easy. I just raised my power.
Goku simply told Kami that by raising his power to a certain level, he was able to open up a hole to another dimension, which allowed him to return to the lookout. After spending a few moments catching up with each other, Goku had told his granddaughter,
All right, Pan, let me ask you something. Are you confident that you'll be able to do the evil containment wave on the two Vegetas after I handle them?
Of course, you don't even have to ask.
Alright, so here's the plan. We're gonna get to Planet Vegeta before the two other Vegetas do. I want to get there early so that by the time Vegeta and his dad show up, we'll already be there to greet them.
But Goku, how do you plan on reaching the Vegeta's homeworld before they arrive there?
Now that Goku was an adult, he had regained the ability to use his instant transmission properly, which Pan didn't even think about. But since Bardock and his family were too far away in space for him to lock onto their power level, Goku had told his granddaughter that he and she needed to stop by his old mentor's King Kai's planet so that he could help them. It was a sentence that nearly caused Kami's old knees to give out on him.
Did I just hear that right? You know who King Kai is? How? You're just a mortal.
Yeah, well, I went through a lot of crazy stuff in my timeline.
With that, both Goku and Pan said their goodbyes to Kami, Mr. Popo, and Baby Goku, informing the three of them that they would return to Earth after handling the Vegetas, so they can use the Dragon Balls to wish back all the people the pair murdered.
Who are you guys? Sorry for dropping in on you like this, King Kai, but I need your help. There are a bunch of people on a faraway planet I need you to help me sense. Let me explain everything to you. What?
Meanwhile, Bardock, who was the newly crowned King of Saiyans, was sparring with Fascha, his wife Guinea, and Raditz in his new kingdom, all of whom he was trying to help turn into Super Saiyans. Despite their level of strength, however, they still couldn't quite go gold yet.
Listen, guys, it's like I told you. You have to be in an intense situation to go super. It's like Kakarot said, the form comes in response to a need, not a desire. We just gotta put you guys through the ringer to get you there, that's all.
But Dad, the problem is, Planet Vegeta has been a peaceful planet for over a year. We got nothing going on. How are we supposed to go super when we're practically in a utopia?
But before Bardock could even think to come up with an answer, everyone went bug-eyed and almost fell to the floor simultaneously when they saw the two familiar faces in front of them. Fascha, in particular, felt as though she was experiencing déjà vu, since it was like she was meeting Goku and Pan all over again. Except this time was obviously different, since this version of Goku was a grown man who looked even more like Bardock than he did before. Guinea, however, was so emotional that she almost teared up seeing the two again, since she assumed the two were gone forever after they both went home the first time.
Pan, how is this? How are you here? I thought you guys went back to your timeline. And Kakarot, you're so grown. You got so big. You look exactly like your father. How did this happen? And how did you just appear out of nowhere?
Then, that was when Goku and Pan explained everything they went through to Fascha and their family, including seeing Vegeta's new Super Saiyan transformation.
This is unbelievable. A hyperbolic time chamber? A place I can get a year's worth of training in one day? Earth sounds incredible. I need to pay that planet a visit myself one day. You're saying that Prince Vegeta, who you think is immortal after making a wish with these Dragon Balls, will be here in about 3 months. And he's unlocked another kind of Super Saiyan form?
Yep, that's pretty much it.
And it looks like that's not the only crazy thing that's happened. Mom, Dad, get a look at this. Kakarot has a tail. It's a shame you didn't grow a tail, though, you loser. Now you're officially the freak of the whole family.
Later, 3 months had gone by within a blink of an eye, and the Vegeta's spaceship were hovering just a few miles away from planet Vegeta, Bulma's spaceship stalking the planet from up above. As the spaceship was nearing its destination, Trunks was lying down, inspecting and glaring at the bloodstain that permanently marked both his sword and his soul. The bloodstain didn't come from Goku, however. It came from several innocent people who the Vegetas had forced the boy to murder to further prove his loyalty. You see, right before the Vegetas returned to their homeworld, they made a pit stop on the planet Revan.
This is where we'll truly test if you're officially one of us, boy. You are going to slaughter every single living thing on this planet. Revan has a small population, so with your strength, I suspect it'll only take you half a day to clear the planet Revan of its inhabitants. You'll be doing this to get your feet wet, son. If you're going to conquer worlds alongside your father and grandfather, you need to start practicing immediately. Your grandfather and I will be watching you closely to grade your performance. Of course, if you have any objections to this, feel free to voice your complaints. I dare you.
At first, Trunks was about to refuse the request. He suspected the Vegetas would have killed him if he rejected their orders, but he would have rather had died than to massacre an entire civilization. However, Trunks suspected that even if he did refuse Vegeta's order, Prince and King Vegeta would have ended up slaughtering the Revans anyway out of spite, right before killing Trunks anyway. Trunks had figured at the very least, if he killed the Revans, he'd be able to wish all of them back with the Dragon Balls the first opportunity he had. And so the son of Bulma, reluctantly, agreed to wipe out an entire race of people.
I have a child, please, spare us!
At this point, the young man couldn't even look in the mirror anymore. Not only because of the shame he felt for carrying out these crimes, but the man feared that if he looked in a mirror, he'd see a changed man.
Trunks, it is time. We have arrived to planet Vegeta. Prepare yourself, grandson. As soon as we land, the first act we will commit is to eliminate the Bardock family, to bring us one step closer to cleansing Kakarot's bloodline from our universe once and for all.
However, when the spacecraft entered the planet's atmosphere, a sense of relief and shock washed over Trunks. He immediately sensed and recognized Goku's and Pan's power levels somewhere on the planet, which didn't make sense to him.
How can that be?
Meanwhile, as Goku and Pan were enjoying a feast with their family, they too sensed Trunks' energy alongside the Vegetas entering the atmosphere. But they weren't the only ones. Fascha and the Bardock family could sense them as well.
Well, looks like they came in 3 months exactly. Just like you guys said they would.
With that, Goku, Pan, and their families headed over to the Kato deserts, arriving there before the Vegetas and Trunks landed.
Finally, they're here.
Oh my god! His power's terrifying! Son, are you sure you're gonna be able to beat that?
By the time the royal family stepped out of the spaceship, they were immediately flabbergasted. Goku was, inexplicably, a grown man again, a feat that both the Vegetas also noticed and had trouble registering. But perhaps what they had even more of a problem understanding was how in the world did Goku and Pan end up on planet Vegeta before they did, and how was Goku even still alive after Trunks damn near removed his entire stomach with his sword?
Impossible! This has to be some sort of a trick! I watched you die several months ago!
Yeah, well, people see what they want to see, I guess.
However, upon seeing Goku, Trunks couldn't hold his feelings in anymore. He ran up to the man and gave someone who was like a second father a strong hug.
Goku, I did so many horrible things.
It's all right, Trunks. Everything you did needed to be done.
That two-faced, ungrateful, no-good bastard of a child.
I should have anticipated this. Deep down, it almost feels as though I knew the boy hadn't actually aligned himself with us. I just didn't want to believe it. So let me guess. Him killing you was just some sort of a ruse. To what? Give you the chance to escape?
More or less, yeah.
Of course. So, tell me, what happened to you? How are you suddenly an adult? And how are you here?
Well, as much as I'd like to tell you all that, I've been fantasizing about fighting you again for way too long. So, how about we just get this thing started? You want the answers? Just try and beat them out of me.
After their initial shock wore off, the Vegetas both grinned and laughed at that statement.
You fool. You think just because you've grown a few inches, that's going to change anything? Oh, I'm sure you must have gotten reasonably stronger these past couple of months, but I am immortal. And I have access to a Super Saiyan form that you could never dream of achieving.
During the tense exchange, a crowd of Saiyans, all of whom had detected the strange power levels entering their planet through their scouters, had arrived at the scene.
Is that King and Prince Vegeta?
No way, that can't be Prince Vegeta. Last time I checked, Prince Vegeta wasn't a grown man.
The crowd of Saiyans had mixed feelings about the Vegetas' return. Although many missed the days where they would conquer and subjugate worlds, under Bardock's reign, the Saiyan race was growing considerably stronger, and some had even begun to enjoy the newfound peace their civilization had sustained.
So Kakarot, what do you say? You ready to settle our score for good?
I'm waiting on you.
With that, and the buildup of his energy broke the scouter that every single Saiyan in the vicinity wore. No one in the crowd knew what to make of what the man just turned into. Some wondered if they had just witnessed the man turn into a type of great ape they'd never seen before. Goku's family, including Pan herself, who hadn't seen the form up until now, had turned pale and sick when seeing what Vegeta had become.
I don't understand. What kind of form is that? How did he receive such a massive jump in power in such a short amount of time? I haven't felt an energy like this since Kakarot showed us his Super Saiyan 3.
Bardock, Guinea, and Raditz couldn't see how Goku could have been that much stronger than Vegeta. However, despite everyone inwardly panicking after Vegeta accessed his new transformation, Goku was the only person on the planet who remained calm. In fact, Goku's smile grew even bigger, which of course only made Vegeta angrier.
What reason do you have to be so damn calm, huh?
Well, I'm just kind of laughing at the fact that you still haven't noticed what's really different about me. You and your dad didn't notice my tail is back, did ya? And with this tail, you want to see what I can do?
Prince Vegeta, who immediately knew what Goku was alluding to, started immediately shaking his head in a panic.
No, don't tell me. There's no way. It's not possible.
Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Kakarot can change into that too?
His energy, it's boundless. It's ferocious. My son is... What in the hell is he? It feels like I created a monster.
King Vegeta grabbed his chest and dropped on one knee, gasping for air, sweat that might as well have been tears pouring from every pore of his body.
No. Is this some kind of sick joke? No, I refuse to believe it.
I think this form looks better on me than it does on you. Don't you think, Vegeta?
Prince Vegeta's body couldn't stop instinctively shivering in fear at Goku's presence.
How did you achieve this form, you bastard? And in such a short amount of time?
Well, the Guardian of the Earth on my planet already saw how you achieved this form. Once he told me what you did, it was all a matter of figuring out how to reach this form myself. The hardest part was learning how to conjure up those artificial moons that you and Nappa can do. Then I had to figure out how to control my grade 8 form, which took another couple of years to do. Luckily, I had 22 years to learn how to do both.
22 years? That doesn't make any sense! What are you talking about, you clown? Huh? You think just because you can do what I can, that makes you better than me? It's like I told you before, no matter what, you'll always be a low-class dog!
Then Vegeta charged him, and when the two clashed, their opposing energies were so powerful it pushed back every single Saiyan in the crowd backwards, as if a giant tornado had swept up the planet. On the surface, it might have looked as though Goku and Vegeta were evenly matched. The pair seemed to be exchanging equal amount of blows to each other. Every time Goku dodged one of Vegeta's attacks, Vegeta dodged one of his. Their opposing ki attacks seemed to hit each other with the same level of impact and destruction as well. However, what Vegeta didn't realize was that Goku was simply gauging Vegeta's strength and trying to see if the Saiyan Prince had anything more to offer.
Stop moving!
Your punches only tickle, like a tiny feather.
No, this can't be happening.
Huh, I'm stronger than even I thought I'd be when in this form. That's good to know. I gotta say, I hoped you'd be a bit more of a problem. I was really hoping to see what this form of mine is capable of. But at this point, now that I don't have the same stamina issues that I did when I was a kid,
I would have been able to take you down as a regular old Super Saiyan.
What? It doesn't matter how much stronger you are than me, you low-class dog. What part of I'm immortal do you not understand? There is nothing you can do to hurt me.
Yeah, looks like it. Reason why I was attacking you so much was because I wanted to see what it'd take to put you down. And because your healing is so advanced, your durability's pretty solid too. So it's harder than I thought it'd be to put you to sleep, especially since you're so damn stubborn. Looks like I'm gonna have to get this done another way.
You bastard! Stop sounding so confident! You haven't won yet!
However, when Vegeta went to punch Goku, Goku effortlessly dodged the attack, and suddenly,
What the hell? I can't move my arm! Why can't I move my arm?
I hit your pressure points. It's one of the many techniques I worked on during my time in the hyperbolic time chamber. And you see, when I hit specific pressure points on you, parts of your body end up shutting down. I figured that since I couldn't hurt you, I could at least put your limbs to sleep, which is something your body wouldn't register as pain, so it wouldn't know whether or not to heal it, if that makes sense. This was a gamble. I gotta say, I really didn't think it'd work. I'm even kind of surprised it did.
the only person more devastated than Prince Vegeta was perhaps his father, who fell to the ground on all fours and suffered from a trauma so great that he, too, felt paralyzed, as if Goku had struck his pressure points as well.
No, it's over. I had no idea that Kakarot, the spawn of a low-class warrior no less, could be so formidable.
Meanwhile, the rest of the Saiyans in the crowd, including Bardock, were equally as baffled by the level of skill Goku just displayed. Vegeta kept trying to attack with his arms and feet, but after toying with him for a few minutes, a remorseful Goku started striking the pressure points in Vegeta's other arm and his legs as well. Afterwards, a limp Vegeta fell to the ground, completely immobile and paralyzed, unable to feel anything below the neck. The Saiyan Prince was so devastated that tears started flowing from his eyes, leaving an imprint of his grief on the ground below him. What Vegeta didn't know was that his tears hurt Goku more than any attack the Saiyan Prince had managed to land that day. It reminded Goku of when he saw Vegeta cry for the first time after the man's fight with Frieza.
Once again, I'm sorry, Vegeta. I really am. The only reason I was even able to hit those pressure points on you is because you're still basically just a kid. Even if you were weaker than me, if you were experienced, you would have been able to defend yourself from those attacks with ease. I know I wouldn't be able to hit the pressure points on the Vegeta I know, that's for sure. Luckily, this is only temporary. You'll regain control of your body in about 10 minutes. But unfortunately, I can't let you and your father run around hurting innocent people anymore, at least for now.
So, I'm gonna have my granddaughter put you both in a kind of prison. You'll be in there for a long time. But hopefully, that'll give you both an opportunity to really reflect on what happened today. To grow and learn and become better people.
Just shut up and do whatever it is you're going to do to me. This fight is over. It was over before it even started.
Goku took a moment to pay his respects to his arch-rival. Then he turned to his granddaughter.
Pan, you know what you have to do.
Oh, right. Yeah. What about King Vegeta? Shouldn't you hit his pressure points too, just in case he tries to move or escape?
I don't need to. Look at him. He's as broken as his son is, probably more so. I don't think he has any idea where he is. You'll have no problem putting him in there. Trust me.
Evil containment!
Meanwhile, the Saiyans in the crowd were all collectively in shock, every single one of them wondering what they had just witnessed. Some thought Pan just displayed magic. Some thought she displayed witchcraft. And yet, when Goku had turned to look back at the Saiyan crowd, everyone's mouths went quiet, as they instinctively couldn't help but fear for their lives.
I know all of this is strange, but try not to freak out. I promise all of you I can explain.
But as Goku tried to find a way to explain the bizarre turn of events that transpired before them, he saw one Saiyan bow before him, then another and another.
Yo, hold on guys, what are you doing?
Soon, Goku saw the entire Saiyan race instinctively bowing in front of him, before they all shouted in one voice,
All hail King Kakarot!
Guys, come on, can you stand up? This is weird. I'm not your king. You all do realize I'm not even staying here, right?
Son, just let them have this. You just displayed a level of power and skill that completely changed the lives of every single person on this planet. These people will always look to you as some kind of god, and nothing you say will change that now. So just try to bask in it while you can.
Afterwards, Goku, Pan, and Trunks had decided to spend an extra week on planet Vegeta, if only because the Bardock family wanted to spend a little more time with them. This was especially good news for Trunks, who felt conflicted over his father's and grandfather's imprisonment, and was still traumatized after King and Prince Vegeta forced him to destroy an entire civilization against his will. Fortunately, both Goku, Pan, and even Gine did their best to help Trunks mentally recover from the ordeal. And although Goku had tried to reassure Trunks they'd be able to undo all of the pain he caused by wishing back the Revens, a part of Trunks felt forever changed and tainted by the crimes he was forced to commit. The Capsule Corp heir just hoped that the change he experienced wasn't permanent. Also, Goku had agreed to let Bardock keep the container that the Vegetas were imprisoned in. Although Goku had asked Bardock to consider letting the two out one day, it was a promise that Bardock couldn't honestly make to his son. Goku had also told his family that the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan 4 was surprisingly simple.
All you need to do is apparently turn into a great ape as a Super Saiyan. Then, after that happens, you control yourself while you're in that state. But I recommend you don't do what Vegeta did. I think you guys need to master the Super Saiyan transformation first, before you even think of using Super Saiyan 4. Doing that will just make your Super Saiyan 4s way stronger.
After that week had passed, Goku, Pan, and Trunks were all set to depart for Earth again. Goku's plan was to use Earth's Dragon Balls to revive all the poor souls the Vegetas murdered, which included his friends and family. He also wanted to make sure that his younger self ended up with Grandpa Gohan, as he originally intended. Then, with King Kai's help, he and the GT crew would teleport to Namek and ask the citizens there if he could use their Dragon Balls. He thought that perhaps Porunga would have also known a way for them to return to their timeline. And this way, the GT crew wouldn't have had to wait another year for Earth's Dragon Balls to come back online to return to their timeline. But before Goku and his crew teleported back to Earth, Bardock wanted to question Goku on a mysterious and extremely powerful young boy who was born on their planet not too long ago.
So, before you guys get out of here, I need to ask you something. Before this whole commotion with Prince Vegeta started, I found out that there's a kid here who was born with an absurdly high power level of 10,000. His name's Broly, and he was even born at the same time you were, Kakarot. So I was wondering, did you guys cross paths with him anytime in the future?
But before Goku could answer that, he and the GT crew noticed a peculiar expression on Bardock's, Guinei's, and Raditz's faces, as if Goku had inexplicably sprouted a second head.
What's going on, guys? Is there something on my face?
And that was when Guinei let Goku and his team know that they were actually gawking at the thing that was behind them.
Kakarot, are those two friends of yours?
But when Goku and the GT crew turned around to see what exactly the new Saiyan Queen was pointing at, the GT crew was left just as dumbfounded and speechless. In front of them were a tall blue gentleman and some kind of purple cat man, standing in nonchalant, relaxed poses, looking as though they'd been with the Bardock family the entire time without anyone noticing.
What the hell? Who are these guys? They're not from Planet Vegeta, right?
I don't think so. Hey there, anything we can help you two with? Who are you guys?
Actually, I was just stopping by to see why this planet was still around. I'm about to take a very long nap for a couple of decades, and there was a planet on this route I needed to get rid of before I could finally get my beauty sleep. So, imagine my surprise when I pass through this area and I see this giant red ball of a planet, which I specifically told Frieza to destroy several years ago, still standing and creating more work for me. I know I gave that lazy, pompous narcissist some leeway when it came to when to destroy this planet, but surely he should have exterminated this entire civilization by now. I initially came here to finish what Frieza started and destroy you barbarians. Then I was going to kill Frieza myself for disobeying orders. But when I arrived here, I sensed a rather unusual and extraordinary power. Or at least extraordinary by mortal standards. And it seems like the source of that unusual power is you. So the real question here isn't who I am. The real question is, who, or rather what, are you?